50.
The witness has indicated the distance, my lord, to say from the witness box up to the wall.
Yeah.
The distance can be paced, my lord, to be specific.
Maybe from exactly Lankona to Advocate Lapaya.
So perhaps the proximity could be from where I am right now, exactly where I am, to where Advocate Mshololo is.
I can stand up, my lord, and can the distance be paced?
Yeah, it's about 30 meters. Do it.
No, the police will pace the distance.
Yeah, pace it.
7, my lord. Thank you.
7.
More or less.
Estimatedly, with 7.
7 meters.
Okay.
And Mr. Ngwashe, please can I ask you to speak up because the accused they can't hear you speaking.
Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu abamangalelwa bakwazi ukuzwa, ne?
Okay.
Understood?
Now, you've testified that as you are watching from your vantage point, looking into the Kumalo household through that small window in the kitchen, you saw a person standing with his back against the window facing into the house, correct?
Ilokho kushila ngisho ukuthi wena mubheka ngefastela wase ubheka ngale kwaKhumalo ubheka kule fastela encane kitchen wase ubona umuntu emekhona lapha kulelo fastela ekuflathela nje.
Yeah.
That is correct?
Now, the reason why I started my cross-examination with your height and your vision is the following.
Nasi sizathu ke senza ukuthi mhlambe ngibuze ukuthi ke ubona kanjani okanye ke amehlo akho assessment esinjani futhi nobude bakho nasi ke sizathu.
Kelly Khumalo, Zandile Khumalo testified on this aspect of you being able to see into the house, the kitchen, as follows.
Manje usho kanjalo ke uZandile ukuthi umuntu bengakwazi ukuthi abone khona lapha ekitchen wase udweba lesi sithombe.
Firstly, that there is a cupboard partially blocking off that window so that only a small portion, and she used her hands like this, only a small portion like this is left so that you can have a view into the kitchen. What's your comment on that?
Uthi kwakhona ke i-carpet eyayi ngathi iblokile khona lapha yana ekulelo fastela lekitchen uthi umuntu ngabe ke ufuna ukubheka ngaphakathi ekitchen kuyosala nje ilokho njani incane indawana encane futhi usebenzisile ke izandla zakhe khona la enkantolo ukusibonisa. Uthini ngalokho wena?
Ngiyavuma ukuthi ispace vele sincane like umnyango mawuvuliwe it's not easy ukuthi ungabona kahle kule space esikhona.
Umnyango mawuvuliwe
ngoba uvulekela kanje lock that window.
Now when I agree that the space was small and further that when the door is open the view is obstructed by the door that has been opened, given the fact that even that space is small that we are referring to.
And then furthermore, she stated that there's also a curtain on that window, making it partially difficult to see into the kitchen.
Uthi futhi khona ke nekhethe nekhona khona lapho eyenza ke ukuthi kube nzinyana ukuthi umuntu angakwazi ukuthi abone ngaphakathi kwekitchen ekhona lapho efasteleni.
Ngiyavuma.
I agree.
And furthermore, she stated that the precast wall between the two houses also would have made it difficult for you to see into their kitchen from your vantage point.
Manje usuka la wena ke ububheke umuzi wakaKhumalo khona yabona leso stock nonsense senze ukuthi okanye senza ukuthi kube nzima okanye kungabe lula ukuthi wena ukwazi ukubona ngale ngakwa Khumalo.
Ngiyala ke lapho because from ekamereni lami mangibheke kanje yes ikhona i-stop nonsense high kanje but i-window I'm still able ukubona
Lephi window?
leli engikhuluma ngale
Okay. Now, there I would like to disagree. From where I would be standing, that is from the a bedroom window, in as much as the precast wall would be higher in terms of the height, I could still see the kitchen window of the Khumalo's house.
Maybe perhaps that's to finish up on this point. Have you previously ever entered the Khumalo household?
Esikhathini esidlule mhlambe uke wangena khona lapha kwa Khumalo?
yebo ngiyangena.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's briefly talk about the man that you said you saw him having jumped into your yard.
Ake sikhulume ngalomlisa othi uye wambona edumela ngale ngaselokhonjaneni ejardini la kini ne.
Just for clarification purposes, did you actually see the man jumping into your yard, or you found him already having jumped into your yard?
Uke wambona edumela ngasejardini okanye umthole ngasejardini la kini?
Should like simthole sekasejaradini kahle aqeda ukungena just like split moment nje but yena bese kaphakathi.
He just got into the yard. In actual fact, he was in the yard, but it was just within a split of a second that he was inside of the yard. So we found him inside of the yard.
And in your interaction with that particular man, did you ask him his name?
Uma ke ukhulumisana naye lo mlisa uke wambuza igama lakhe? Uye wambuza igama?
Hayi angikhumbuli ngembuza igama.
I don't remember asking him his name.
And what is the time lapse from the moment you interact with him until he then jumps back into the Khumalo yard?
Manje ke kube isikhathi esingakanani ukusuka ngalesikhathi ke ukhulumisana lapha naye esejardini lakini ukufika ke ngalesi sikhathi ephinde futhi ekudumela ngaka Khumalo kwa ukuthatha isikhathi esingakanani lapha?
Mhlambe nje not more than a minute.
It would not be more than a minute.
Now let's move on to another aspect of your testimony, which is you, together with other community members, go to canvass a park, then you return without having found anything, correct?
Ake siphindele kuleyo ngxenye ubufakazi bakho. Wena ke namalungu omphakathi nahamba naye lapha eparkini. Nathi manifike eparkini azange ngenithole lutho nase niyabuya futhi. Okanye azange ngithole umuntu nase niyabuya futhi akunjalo?
Kunjalo sesabagijimisa and we chased down the street then masifika lapha asiboni sangisiboni.
It is indeed so. We chased after them to the point of the park, and when we got to the park we couldn't see any person there.
And that upon your return from the park, you head straight to the Khumalo household, correct?
Mase ngiqhamuka khona ke eparkini nase niyakhona lapha na kwalokhunjaneni kaKhumalo. That is correct.
And your testimony further is that you then, as you enter the Khumalo yard through the kitchen door towards the passage, you then find the deceased lying down, correct?
Usho kanjalo ukuthi masungena ke ngomnyango wekitchen wakaKhumalo uthi uya ngale passage wasuthola umufi khona lapho phansi.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And if I understood you correctly, you testified that you tried to make him sit up, the deceased, correct?
Uma ngikuzwisise kahle benzama Okay, yeah, benzama ukuthi nimhlalise.
That's true.
That is true. I earlier on just wanted to ascertain, when you refer to you, is it you in the singular or you in the plural?
It is you and the community members.
Okay, nina zama ke ukumsukumisa.
Sesazama ukumsukumisa.
That is correct.
Now, when you find him lying in that state, was he conscious? Was he breathing? What was his state?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa ngaleyo ndlela, ubenjani ubephapheme okanye ubeculekile?
Bengathi uculekile.
He was like somebody that was unconscious. He appeared to us that he was unconscious.
And furthermore, that you then assisted together with other people to load the deceased into the X6, correct?
Naseke nabanye abantu namthatha ke namcubula lo movie nayo mfaka kule moto iX6.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And then the deceased was taken to hospital, correct?
Movie wathatha wayesibhedlela. That is correct.
And at some stage thereafter, after a discussion between yourselves and other community members, you personally then called the police, correct?
Emva kwalokho ke nifikile lapha namalunga omphakathi wena uqobo lwakho wase ufonela amaphoyisa kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is indeed so.
There's khona la ngakhumbula khona kahle ukuthi makwenzakala yonke lento ngoba yenzakala ngespeed yabo. So angikhumbula ukuthi ngibafonele immediately masifike eJardin or masesimfake emotweni lapho ngisakhumbula kahle, but I remember that ngingamfonela.
Yes.
Wasicela ukuthi sifone ngamfonela. Ngafonela amaphoyisa.
Yes. I would say that yes, I did phone call the police. I was asked to phone call the police. However, it's a bit sketchy. Whether did I phone call the police immediately when we got into the yard, or at what stage did I really phone call the police? Or whether I phone called the police after we loaded him into the vehicle. I am uncertain about that.
Let me just get back to this point. Sorry for that. When you tried to make the deceased to sit up, you lift him up. Was there blood on the floor where you found him lying down?
Manzama ke ukumhlalisa lo movie. La ebe lele khona. Kwakhona mhlambe igazi lapho phansi. Ngoba nimphakamisa nje.
Angisakhumbule.
I cannot remember.
Because when into like yabona for mina personally bengiqala ukubona umuntu odutshuliwe.
Now another thing is that personally it was my first experience witnessing a person that has been shot at.
And okunye futhi to witness ukuthi is not just any person, umuntu obekuyi hero yami.
And further that it wasn't just an ordinary person. This was my hero or my role model. Usho kanjalo ke ukuthi lo mlisa or yena lo muntu lona bengeyena nje umuntu kuphela nje. Kwakuumuntu engangibukela kuye njengomzekelo okanye iqhawe lami.
So ezinye izinto when nami bengisesemncane nyana but bangibone ngikhumbula lokho engikhumbulayo azange ngisakhona ukubheka okunye nokunye.
Now I was still young then, or younger than I am right now. Certain things I cannot remember them clearly. You know, there are certain things that I can still remember, but others I can't remember them clearly.
And just to polish up on that, as you try to lift him up, you say he seemed unconscious. Am I right?
Usho kanjalo ke uthi manzama ukumphakamisa ubukeka njengomuntu oqulekile ilokho kusho.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And therefore, would I be correct that he was non-responsive?
Ngizobe ngiqinisile ke mangethu mhlambe bengeyena ke umuntu obonakala njengomuntu okwazi ukuthi aphendule mhlambe okanye ahambise umzimba uma ngabe khona ukuthize mhlawumbe kwenzakalayo kuye.
Bekangakwazi ukuphendula ngokukhuluma ne. Or bekangakhona ukuphendula but bowukuza ukuthi like breather heavy, breather like yabona ukuthi you can see ukuthi is in a bad condition.
Well, verbally he could not respond, yes, but further that he also could not, breathe with ease. One could see that he was breathing difficultly.
And now finally, do you know that whether or not at any stage an ambulance was called for the deceased to come and attend him?
Ngabe uyazi ukuthi mhlambe i-ambulance yafonelwa noma cha ukuthi ize lapha na kumufi?
Angikhumbuli.
No,
I don't know.
I've got no knowledge of that. I don't remember.
Thank you, my lord. No further
Thanks.
questions.
Yes. So, Guni? Nisi?
Thank you, Mr. Ngache.
Sabong Abang responded.
Now, upon your arrival from the park, when you got into the room, when you got into the house, are you able to remember who was in the house, like person that you knew?
Manje uma ngicumuke ephakeni ngifika lapha endlini sengisho kwaphuma ningena endlini okanye wena ungena endlini ngabe khona yini umuntu othi mawungena endlini wambona ukuthi lona ngathi ngiyamazi?
So masingena nama neighbors khona umuntu uyiwana ngambona but bengingamazi.
Now, myself and the neighbors, when we got into the house, there's somebody that I saw wambonendlini. Uthi khona umuntu wambona?
Shuthi besinqidisana naye masi si lift up Senzo.
Mawungena endlini wambona lo muntu lo. Now, there's a person that I saw, and the witness is not confining his answer into whether I was in the house or not. There's a person that I saw, and this was the person that also assisted us at the time that we were lifting the deceased up to help him sit upright.
And then nomunye futhi bebayi-2 abangathi they were also helping.
Now, there were 2 of such people that were also helping.
Omunye bekahamba ngama-crutch.
There was another one that was working with the crutches.
And then omunye ulo bekajumpile endlini.
And the other one is this one that had jumped into our premises.
So besides neighbors that we esifike nabo yibo abayi-2 lawo abanye ngathi ngababona ngabo.
Okay.
Masincedisana.
Say for the neighbors that we came with, these are the 2 that I would say that I had seen there at that scene of the incident.
Thank you, Mr. Ngache.
Sabong Abang.
Now, when you took him from the spot where he was lying, did you take him out of the kitchen door into the motor vehicle from the spot where you found him?
Shuthi ke ukusuka lapha la nimthole khona navele namthatha namsusa khona lapho la nimthole khona namisa emotweni.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
The reason why I'm maybe concerned about this is because the court has heard the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Yabona into eyenza ukuthi ngithi ukukhathazeka ngalokho ukuthi inkantolo eke yabuza imibuzo lana ku Zandile Khumalo.
The court heard the testimony of Zandile Khumalo.
Inkantolo yezwa ubufakazi buka Zandile Khumalo.
And amongst others, she told the court that after Senzo got injured, he went on to hide himself in the sitting room near some sofas there, but it was in the sitting room.
Kwakunye ke akhuluma lana wathi emva kokuthi uSenzo lona ke adubuleke wase uya hamba uyoyifihla
And that is
phakathi kwamasofa nje laphayana.
And that is where she was taken from, where she was taken into the vehicle.
That is where he was taken.
Yes.
Wathathwa ke usuka khona lapho ke waswa emotweni.
As you could please,
Yeah, also
that
make
is correct. Well, she did say he went to kneel between the couch and the room divider, but thereafter she went to look for help. So when the deceased was carried, she was at Mapiri.
Yes, it is a court order. That is correct. That's correct. I withdraw the question. Yes.
So you were wrong.
No, I was not wrong, madam.
How can you both be
To say
right?
wrong is a very strong statement, madam. We make mistakes.
There's no difference
We make
between it is not correct, it is wrong. What is the difference?
No, what I'm saying, my
It's
lord,
just
if-
semantics.
if
It's just
the court
semantics.
says- I'm sorry, my lord, if the court says I'm wrong, that's a very strong statement.
It's what?
It was my interpretation. Interpretation can never be wrong. It's just an assessment of how I heard the evidence.
You are
But
wrong. You can't right a wrong. You are wrong.
It was a misinterpretation. I'd rather use the term, my lord, I prefer to use misinterpretation.
And misinterpretation is wrong.
It was faulty.
Why do you want to run away from a fact which is so balance?
Okay, no.
It's a misstatement. It's an incorrect. Churchill calls it a terminological inexactitude. It's wrong. Okay, you heard me.
Terminological exactitude. madam.
That's it. That's what Churchill calls a wrong thing.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You saying at the point at which you took him from the motorway. I'm withdrawing the supposition or the proposition that he was taken from the sitting room into the motorway. Yes.
Manje ke ngithanda ke ukuthi nami ngithi mangibuka izinto bese ngibona okanye ngithola leso sithombe sokuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona laphana futhi waya elokhunjaneni. He was removed from the kitchen to the dining room. Can you repeat that, please?
I am saying I am withdrawing
Oh.
the supposition that he was taken from the sitting room near the coaches to the motor vehicle.
Uthi ke uyabona ke lo mbono abe ubeke kuwe uthi hayi ke sengiyawusula ke ukuthi wathathwa wasuswa khona laphana la ebeyifihle khona ngase sitting room waseke uyathathwa uyiswa lokho uthi ngiyakhoqisa yazwakala.
Okay.
Understood.
Now,
Thank you.
if you so remember, were one of the Kumalos part of those who lifted him to the motor vehicle as we were lifting him from the place where you found him?
Uma ukhumbula kahle ngabe khona umunye wakakhumalo kwakuyingxenye yalabo bantu abebemcubula bamsemotweni bayomfaka emotweni. Kukhona nje omnye wakakhumalo lapho oye walekelela ufaka isandla ekutheni athathwe aswe laphana emotweni. Umukhumbula?
Angikhumbule yabona.
No,
I'm not sure angikhumbule.
I don't remember. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Okay, Mr. Ngomalo, any questions?
Mate, this is the court. My lord, I have no cross-examination to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shalala.
Mr. Ngashi, do you know what is the height of the wall between the two houses, your house and that one of the commander?
Uyayazi height yalelo bonda ke elihlukanisa lemizi emibili mhlambe ungahlamisela ukuthi
Ngambonisa umzekelo ukuthi lifika phi la kimi.
I can demonstrate by myself as to how far the height would be relative to my height.
Okay, you can tell us.
Ungasibonisa ke? Okay. But the witness is now demonstrating that it could be on a chin level of his
Mangile
eye.
kanje ngiyakhona ukuma nje kulo so ngibone.
Now, as I am standing like that, with that demonstration of both arms lifted, I'm able to lift my eyes up and see into the yard of the Kumalos.
And then, having said that, there is a curtain at Kumalo's kitchen, then how were you able to see a person inside the house?
Manje kunekhethi ngaleke kule fastela kaKhumalo ukwazile yini ukubona umuntu ongaphakathi endlini kalokho njani kaKhumalo kulo lelo fastela?
Yebo ngikwazile ngoba curtain yebo ikhona ngibonile curtain and manje ukhumbule bese ku dark yabo. The time it was dark and they had a light on in the kitchen, so angikhona ngibona okuningi. I didn't see.
Now, I concede to the fact that there is a curtain in there. However, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, I could still see through into the kitchen of the Kumalos. It was late in the day, or towards the night, or in the evening, and that the fact that the kitchen was lit, that was the reason why I could then be able to see through that very window into the kitchen of the Kumalos.
Did you say it was lit inside the kitchen?
Uthi beklayitiwe ngaphakathi.
Beklayitiwe nje kitchen, yeah, beklayitiwe
Ngaphakathi kitchen.
ngaphakathi because ngikhumbula ukuthi ngasikhathi ngibona lo muntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe. Iskipa esimhlophe naso, yes, it was after i-curtain, but ngoba kukhanya naso besibona bengikhona ukubona ukuthi okay khona umuntu ogcoka iskipa esimhlophe ubhekile.
Yes, I had meant that it was indeed lit in the kitchen. It was lit. It was lit in the kitchen. The other thing that I remember is the fact that when I saw that person that was inside of the kitchen, through that kitchen window, given the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, the reflection was rather visible for me. Because of the fact that it was lit in the kitchen, and it is for that reason that I could see that that person was wearing a white t-shirt.
In other words, the curtain was not thick, you could able to see through the curtain.
That is correct. That is correct.
Zandile Khumalo said there is no way you could have been able to see through the curtain inside the house. What do you see? What do you say?
Uzandile Khumalo yena uthi ayikho indlela ukuthi ubungabona ngaphakathi kwekitchen ngaleyo curtain bilapha ngenxa yale curtain bilapha.
I can't speak for her, and that, wakumbono lo.
Angwazi ukuthi ngamkhulumela. That would be her own version.
But are you saying you were able to see?
Uthi wena ukwazile ukubona.
Ngikwazile ukubona.
Yes, I was able to see.
And then you further said you went down to the park, and after you came back from the park, you still found the deceased still kept inside the house. Is that correct?
Uthi ke nahamba naye eparking, mase nibuye eparking, namthola umufi esasengaphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
At that
Yes.
time, he had not received any medical attention by the time you left your house down to the park and back to the park. He was just sitting inside the house.
Shuthi ke nahamba namshiya endlini naye eparking akakatholi unyango okanye medical attention. Nabuye eparking nabuyela endlini akakatholi uncedo lokho njalo lo nyanga.
Masuka laphana ekhaya bengisekhaya mina ngaphuma ngegate sayehla ke ne community.
Now, I was at home initially, and then exited the premises of my home, myself together with the community, we then went down the street.
saya enzansi sijaha masijaha masifika ke sathola ukuthi asibone umuntu.
And then we were chasing, or we were in a hurry. And then when we got to the park, we realized that there's nobody there and we couldn't see any person there.
Yeah, I agree with that. My question is, you went down and came back only to find that there was no ambulance in this premises called to attend to the deceased.
Ngivumelana nawe ukuthi engushoyo engizela ku ukuthi nahamba naye eparkini naze nabuya eparkini kunguthi sonke lesikhathi ngihambile nze nibuye futhi azange bene ambulance eke yafika lapha nizosiza uSenzo. Kunjalo?
Yeah, kunjalo.
It is indeed so.
Thank you. And also I just want to confirm one more thing that, okay, where was the Kumalos, especially Kelly Kumalo and the mother, inside the house when you arrived from the park?
Mase niphume eparkini ningena endlini kaKhumalo. uKelly Khumalo nomama umama Khumalo bebe kuphi phakathi endlini lapha?
Umuntu engikhumbula ngembona umama kaKelly.
The person I recall seeing, it was Kelly's mother.
But abanye azange ngibabone, angikhumbuli.
The others, I didn't see them. I did not recall seeing them.
Okay. The decision that was taken for you to take the deceased to the hospital, were you asked by the Khumalo family members or you were asked by the neighbors?
Leso sinqumo nasithatha ukuthi kuthathwe lona ke umufi afakwe emotweni ahanjiswa esibhedlela. Nacelwa yini abakaKhumalo mhlawumbe okanye nina navele nanquma nje ukuthi akathathwe lo muntu afake emotweni ayiswe esibhedlela?
Angikhumbuli kahle ukuthi inkulumo zambe kanjani after ngibone leya scene, but into engikhumbulayo ukuthi sesa decide ukuthi uSenzo sizomthatha simfake emotweni ayisibhedlela.
I cannot recall clearly how the communication went about. What I remember is that we decided that we will take Senzo and put him into the vehicle so that he is transported to the hospital.
One last question. When you said when you removed the deceased, he was already non-responsive.
Usho kanjalo ukuthi mase nimsusa laphayana ubengasanyakazi okanye akhulume.
Bekangakhulumi, like verbally non-responsive, but umzimba nakhona non-responsive, mara umsondela ebusweni yambona ukuthi usaphefumula.
Okay. Yes, indeed he was non-responsive in terms of the body. Physically he was not responsive, and as well as verbally he couldn't respond. But when one neared the face or close to the mouth, one could hear that there was some difficulty breathing there.
Okay. By the time you arrived, you said you remember only that there was Khumalo's mother who was inside the lounge. As he was sitting in that critical condition, is there any Khumalo family member who was helping him, or he was left there to die by himself?
You can't leave it. Left there to die.
Or he was left?
This lady, Zandile said, I went to Mapiri. Please.
Can I rephrase that question?
Let's not adulterate the evidence by stating non-essentials which were never ever testified to. She said she panicked, she froze, she came out, she went to Mapiri, she was spending with Ntabise, she couldn't even dial 10-111, and now you're telling us she was left there to die.
Manuel, can I rephrase my question?
Yes.
Is there any person who was assisting or who was with the deceased at the time when you found him, or he was left there by his own?
Manimthola laphayana. Ngabe kukhona yini umuntu obezama ukumlekelela okanye ube lapho nje eyedwa lapho?
Yeah, masivela ngepassage. Bekangekho umuntu engimbonile mina.
Thank you.
When we appeared by the passage, there isn't any person that I had witnessed there.
Thank you, Manuel. No further questions.
Thank you. How old were you at that time, sir?
Ubuna ngaki ngaleso
When that
sikhathi?
incident played out?
Ma kwenzakala lesigameko?
26 years.
I was 26 years
So
old,
you
my
were
lord.
fairly grown up.
Ubukhulile? Yes, my
Were
lord.
you shocked?
Ubuthukile?
Shocked, traumatized.
Yeah. You didn't
Yeah,
even know what you
been
had to do.
tugile.
Am I correct?
No.
Yes. That's how normal human beings react to an exigency which is traumatic, unexpected, sudden.
Ingendlela ke abantu abenza ngakhona uma bethuke kakhulu. Kwenzakala isigameko abebengasilindelanga ukuthi senzeke. I agree, my lord.
And you're not a trained CPSR. Abantu abenza indlela.
First aid, my lord.
Just translate for me.
Yebo. Wena ke awusiyena umuntu o first aid kanjalo.
Hey, I.
Yes, I am not.
A trained medical attendant, like a nurse for instance, when a lady is giving birth, I make a different example, and she's on labor, a trained nurse will probably know what to do. Me, I'll just hold my hand, my head, and
Phela
I don't even know. But I know some policemen do assist women to give birth.
umuntu oqeqeshiwe uyakwazi ukuthi uzokwenza njani esimene esithize, udokotela, unesi. Ngiyazi khona namaphoyisa athize uma ngabe umama kumele azoteta bayakwazi ukuthi bamtetise. Mina ke angazi lutho angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngingene lezo. Yes, my lord.
And that's one of the reasons why you say you chased down to the park and left Senzo bleeding. He was
Yes.
bleeding internally perhaps.
Isona ke isizathu esakwenza ukuthi nihambe nigijimele laphana eparkini nashiya usenzo lana opha asazi mhlambe ube uphela ngaphakathi.
Ngayilungisa leyo.
I can correct that, my lord.
Yes.
Masiyehla siya le. We were not aware ukuthi kunomuntu odutshuliwe.
Yes.
When we were going down the street, my lord, we were not aware that there's a person that was shot at.
Okay.
Yes. When we came back, masibuya kula kahle kahle sesithola I full information ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakaleni.
It was only upon our return that we were now related to as to what transpired there.
Okay, fine. Any re-examination, sir? Mr. Meyiwa.
As a good please, it's just picking up on this last aspect. Advocate Mshololo for case number 5 put it to you that upon your return from the park, you found the deceased there in the house unattended.
Usho kanjalo mama Mshololo yakhumbula beka kuwo ukuthi uma seniqhamuka okanye nibuya lapha nephakeni nishiya lapha endlini nase nithola umufi kungenamuntu omlekelelayo. Kanjalo yakhumbula ebeka kuwo?
Ngiyakhumbula.
I remember. Yes, I remember.
Now, you testified in evidence in chief that the park is about 200 meters from your house in the Khumalo.
Usho kanjalo ke kulobufakazi bakho bokuqala ipark ingaba 200 meters ukusuka lapha naKhumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to rephrase what Advocate Msholo said. To say upon your return from the park, you found the deceased in the house not having received medical attention.
Ngibeke ngendlela ke ayibinga khona uadvocate Mshololo ukuthi uthi maniqhamuka nibuya ephakeni nifike endlini nathola umufi engayitholi okanye engatholi uncedo lonyango kuye.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Now, do you remember perhaps what the time lapse was between chasing after the persons, searching there at the park, and then coming back to the Khumalo house.
Yazi kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani mhlawumbe ukusuka laphana niye ephakeni nibuye nifike laphana kaKhumalo?
Maybe 12 minutes.
Perhaps about 12 minutes. Could have taken about 12 minutes.
And just maybe lastly, Advocate Ramosipoli put it to you that the space there at the kitchen window is small. And when the door is open, the view is obstructed. That is now the space to view into the...
I didn't speak about any door being closed.
No. When the door is open.
I didn't speak about any door.
Yeah. Well,
it is the witness that testified that he did not speak about any door.
Yes.
How does it help us to solve
as a court, it's really not...
Whether the door is open, whether the kitchen is transparent.
It's really of no consequence. The point of the matter is when you saw the person with his back there at the kitchen door, do you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
At the kitchen door?
Yes. When you saw the person with his back at the kitchen window, do you remember whether the kitchen door was open or closed?
Mawubona lo muntu ke sobona umhlanu wakhe olaphayana efasteleni le kitchen. Ngabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi umnyango ubuvulekile noma ubuvalekile?
Mangimbona buvalekile.
When I saw the person, the door was closed.
Thank you very so much.
It's fair to put questions which actually were debated in this court. Because you don't have to say Senzo was left unattended. It's actually not correct. If you listen to the evidence like I did. Zandile says she went out to the nearest house, which happens to be the Mapiris. Requested Mapiri to phone the ambulance and the police. That's the evidence. Mapiri is panicking, she's screaming. She says, maybe let Ntabiseng do it. Then she makes the same request to Ntabiseng. But to say, no, Senzo was just left there to his own devices, it's not correct. Zandile made attempts to find medical assistance and police assistance for the deceased. And she says when she came back, she found the gentleman here trying to move the deceased into the vehicle. That's the evidence. Please. Yeah, you can interpret.
Uyazama nje ukuqondisa lawo magwegwe ukuthi ngempela angineme ngalento ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo wayekelwa nje laphayana kungenamuntu obemsiza khona lapho kahle uthi bengikhona ngibuzwile ubufakazi kaZandile ukuthi uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri ayofuna uncedo khona laphana kwaMaphiri. Uthi makafika khona kwaMaphiri wathola ukuthi ke uMaphiri naye akakwazi ukuthi angafonela iambulance ukuthi izosiza lona uSenzo. Wacela uNtabiseng. Manje ke into bengithi nje ngizama ukuyiqondisa yiyo leyo yokuthi umuntu washi walaphayana kungenangcedo nje alitholayo. uZandile wahamba waya kwaMaphiri.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Is that the end of this witness testimony?
Indeed, Madam.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Shabong.
We have not been given opportunity to if we have questions after the court questions.
No, it's not a question. I was regularizing the evidence which was led in the. Unless you say I'm wrong, fine. Unless you say that. I was relating the evidence as was relayed by Zandile, following your view that Senzo was left to die unattended, never received any medical attention. There were reasons predicating that type of situation. It's not like Zandile just folded her arms. She panicked. She says, I froze, I panicked. I could even not dial 10-111. Went out with the phone to my nearest neighbor, engaged my neighbor. Please phone the ambulance and the police. Now that conduct is not consistent with the person who is saying die. Okay, can we have the next witness? If it all.
As a court, please, my lord, continue with the evidence of the neighbors. The state calls the next witness.
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Ntabiseng Petunia Mokete. She's
Okay.
witness number 26 on the list.
Like you say, Petunia Mokete.
Yes.
Yeah. Until the witness has just arrived and she just needs to catch her breath. If we can just adjourn just for about 2 minutes, the court can just wait in the. Okay.
The next witness, Mrs. Ntabiseng Petunia Moketi, she's witness number 26 on the list.
Okay. You say the witness team?
There is no objection in taking the prescribed oath, my lord. Waikana rupaki botla fana ka bona itaba nete felletse ntle o se seng. Nete fela ha be ho le jalo ka misal tsola right. Or modimo thusa ke bua nnete. Oath taken, my lord. Ole ke bua la odimo.
Alright.
Ka dula.
Ms. Moketi, in October of 2014, where did you live?
Memkete ka October ya 2014 unodula kai?
Anekidula ko Phosphorus Mzamo.
I was residing in Mzamo, that is in Phosphorus,
Ha auswak.
at my sister's house. Wothi ngo October 2014 ngangihlala khona lapha eMzamo ese Phosphorus kwasiswa.
What is the name of your sister?
Igama lika libitso la auswa how ke ma?
Maggie Piri.
It is Maggie Piri. Maggie Piri. Igama lika sisi Maggie Piri.
What is the name of the street?
Libitso la strata?
Kimzamo Ekas.
It is Mzamo Acres.
Yes, the section, but the street.
Kikutwanong Street, 13439 Kutwanong Street.
It is Kutwanong Street, 13439. 13439. Kutwanong Street.
And do you know the Kumalos
Baha Kumalo Abansiba?
who lived at 13511 Kutlanong Street at the time?
Banembadula number 13511 Kutwanong Street. Onama Mzamo. Obatsiba? Yes, I know them. Utinyabazi labaka Kumalo abebehlala khona kuleyo ndlu number 13511 eKutlanong Street khona lapha eMzamo.
Now, how is your house positioned in relation to the Kumalos?
Ndlu yamo nodula teng kapa yamo dula teng shebane jwang le ya ha Khumalo kapo e hokae ha o e bapisa le ha Khumalo?
Ka pele ya ho ya mo ke dulang ho yona o ene ke dula ho yona ke Hangash.
Now, in the front opposite house of where I'm residing, it is Ngash's house. That is the front opposite house is Ngash's house. Othi lo muzi ke oqondene nala ngihlala khona umuzi kaNgashi.
Ka next door ya teng. Ke ha Khumalo.
And the next door neighbor to the Ngashi, it is the Khumalo's house. Othi ngapha ke abomakhelwane bakaNgashi or Khumalo.
Just want to show you photo 1 of exhibit D.
If you want us in a pen, subpoena photo number 1, yeah, exhibit D.
If you can just more or less indicate there on the photo where your house is. Just switch it on.
Ke prasa. Opposite ke gate ya Hangash. Rona re front opposite ya Hangash.
Now that gate in particular, the small one, that the light is pointing at, it is the Ngash's gate. That property there, it is the Ngash's property. We are on this other side of the street.
Yeah, just point more or less where.
Risupense.
Aibo ha ihlahe ntlo mo ke Khumalo rona re ikam
Okay.
ka thoko.
Right. It is not depicted on this picture. That point where I'm pointing at, or that particular spot I'm pointing at, that is more or less where our house is, even though it is not depicted in this picture. That other house that is clearly depicted there, it is the Kumalo's house.
Right. Now, on the 26th of October 2014, in the evening, is it correct that a certain incident occurred that led to you coming to court to testify today?
Ka di 26th of October 2014, hona le ketsahalo e leng ya etsahala e ne ka ba bosiu tjena. Na le ketsahalo e leng ya etsahala e entseng hore o iphumane o le court ka teng. Ha o jwalo?
Ho jwalo.
It is indeed so. Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi kube nesigameko esenzeke nge-26 October 2014 ebusuku nje okanye ntambama esenza ukuthi namhlanje ngiyithole sengila enkantolo ngizothula ubufakazi.
Can you please tell the court in your own words what happened on the day?
O ka jwetsa court he ka mantswe a hao. O tsa go tlalela dineo ka mantswe a hao gore na go etsa itseng. Se ska tata ke re nke nako ya. I had just taken a bath and was sitting outside of the house. In an actual fact, I was inside of a vehicle. I was occupying the vehicle of my friend by the name of
Yolanda Nota.
Kuthi-ke bengisanda ukubhava nje ngase ngihlala ngaphandle kanti kahle kahle bengihleli ngaphakathi emotweni yomngane wami uYolanda Nota.
Where was this motor vehicle?
Kuyenele hukai.
You can just show on the photo 1 of Exhibit D.
Ha o hlahelle mo patona le pavement mo Blahai. Le re le kantle mo pavementeng.
It is not visible or represented by this particular picture here. However, it was more or less at the spot where the light is, because where the light is, there's a pavement there, which is just next to our home. That is more or less the spot where the vehicle had parked at.
And yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just for the reference of the court, of perhaps for the benefit of the record, this light is at the bottom left of that picture, just outside of the border of the bottom left of the picture that is now displayed here on the screen.
And how was this vehicle parked?
In a pakile jwang koloi e?
E pakile e shebile ko tlase e kare e shebile ko parking re na le park ha o ya ko tlase nyane.
The vehicle had parked facing the park, so it was facing down the street. There's a park down the street there in the vicinity, so it was facing that direction of the park. Timoto lena ke pakile iqonde ngale ngase parking ngoba khona lapho kuleyo ndawo kune park khona lapho imoto ibepakile iqonde.
And where in the car were you seated?
Unoduthi kae ka koloi?
Ne ke dutse kamera ho passenger seat.
Okay.
Ke driver kamera.
I was sitting at the back seat behind the passenger seat of that vehicle, the front left passenger seat of that vehicle. So I was sitting behind. Oh, can I just correct that?
Ne ke dutse kamera ke driver, nna ne ke le kamera driver.
Oh, it's in passenger.
It's in ke ne ke le kamera.
No, there was a discrepancy there. I was seated directly behind the driver. Futhi ngangihleli nje emva komshayeli okanye emva kwesihlalo somshayeli waleyo moto.
And Miss Yolanda Mota, where was she seated?
Yolanda Nota onaduthi kae yena?
o na dutse ka pele a hetla
Ka pele kae?
o na dutse ko sitting ya driver yena.
Okay. Yolanda Nota was seated on or she was occupying the driver's seat. And then she turned back to look behind her. Ube hlelike kulesihlalo somshayeli lo uYolanda waseke ubheka nje emuva.
Were there any other occupants in the vehicle?
Nkabe hona le batho ba bang ba di ba le ka hara koloi ka mo?
Nona le ngwana mnyane wa Yolanda.
Yes, there was a minor child belonging to Yolanda who was also the occupant of that vehicle. Kwakhona ingane encane ekalona uYolanda ebekhona nayo ngaphakathi emotweni.
How old was the child then?
Ngwanona naleli moto ikae kana kweo? How sure about that?
Selemo kapa ka tlase. O selemo.
The child could have been about a year or just below a year in terms of the age. Ngani lena mhlawumbe ibingaba nonyaka ngaphansi konyaka.
And what type of motor vehicle was this?
Inele kodiyezwa ngena?
Inele Honda Ballet.
It was a Honda Ballet. What le motor bekuyi Honda Ballet.
The sedan.
Inele ina ekaring e kholo ka morao ka mo. Kapo inele hatchback.
Aksawupela hantle.
I cannot remember clearly whether it was a hatchback or a sedan.
Yes, you may proceed.
Hatchback.
Yes, you may proceed.
Oka tswela pele.
Hantse re dutse ka mo kantle ntse re bua le yena ntse re
Kantle.
ka koloi.
Oh, how re kantle bua ka?
Ka koloi. Ke bua ka koloi.
E kantle ho eng?
E ne le kantle ho yard ya ko hae.
All right. The witness keeps on saying that when we're outside, so I was just trying to ascertain when she refers to the fact that we were outside, what is she referring to? And she says that I mean that the vehicle was outside of the yard of my place of residence. Jwale ora hantse le kantle le ka mo koloing jwalo wa etsalang. Now, as we are inside of the vehicle that is just parked outside of our yard, we are busy having a conversation between myself and Yolanda. Manje ngoba singaphandle kanjalo wejaliti singasemotweni futhi le moto ipake nje ngaphandle wejaliti sile motweni ke siloko siyakhuluma mina no Yolanda.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Hona le mo huleng ha ba le sound e loud e utlwahalang, like that bang, the sound e ka re ke e ne le sound ya tune. Ne le mdu was tune.
There was a stage where there was a sound, a loud noise that sounded like a gunshot sound, a bang sound, like that of a firearm, while we were still in the car like that. Now I got shocked. Uthi ngoba sihleli kanjalo kwaba nokuphuma okanye umsindo owawuzwakala nje uzwakala nje kwangathi isibhamu siyathuma ngase ke mina ngiyathuka
ke re ho yana ke mjungu wa sethunya o.
I then said to her, that is the sound of a firearm or a firearm that is being discharged. Ngathi kuyeke uyabona lo mntu moke umntu moke welokhunjani wesibhamu esithumayo.
If you say you said to her,
Aore kare huyena. Ubua kamang?
Yolanda.
I'm referring to Yolanda. Mangiti ngati buye. Ngisho yena lo uYolanda.
Yes.
Aki bua lena jwalo kamra ha ho qetwa ba le modimonyana o wa sethunya ho be le motho o fetang ke kana ko ke reng ke modimo wa sethunya o.
Now there was a person that passed or walked past at the time that I was saying to her, that is a sound of a gunshot. This particular person, as he or she was passing, he or she went past running. In fact, he was running as he was passing where we were. Manje lo mntu lona ke engikhuluma ngaye undlule egijima.
You say he or she, did you see whether it was a male person or a female person?
Ubua ka motho o ile wa bona hore ke motho wa monna kapo motho wa mosadi.
Ona shabela ska motho wa monna ona ke ntse borukgo le mosesane.
He looked like a male being. He had a pair of pants, lean build in terms of the physique. Manje ke lo muntu lona engikhuluma ngaye ke ubebukeka njengomuntu wesilisa. Begqokeke ibhluke ebuya ngazuthi uzacile nje.
Now, from which direction to which direction was this person running past?
Motho ona une amata atswa direction ngefinga ya direction ngefinga.
Ha ke mona a sa fitile koloi a ya ko tlase ka ro mathela ya parking.
Now, when I saw this person had already passed the vehicle and he was running towards the park. Mangibona ke lo muntu ubesendlulile emotweni kanti ubeqonde eparking.
Yes, my continue. Morales, what time was it?
Around after 8 monsieur.
That was after 8 p.m. Ngaba ngo 8 ebusuku. Uma ngibona lo muntu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ka koloi nka montse re dutse le motswalle wa ka. Se re ngangisana obane ke go yena ke modimo ke o utlwala ska modimo wa sethunya. Yena ga se sethunya.
Now, as we were occupying the vehicle, myself and my friend, we started to have a disagreement between ourselves. I was saying that sound was a gunshot sound, and she was saying no, it was not a gunshot sound. Manje mina naye ke umngani wami sesiyaphikisana ke semotweni. Ngithi mina kwaba umdumo lona olunjani wesibhamu ukuxhuma kwesibhamu. Yena uthi cha bekungesona isibhamu esixhumayo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ake hopola hantle ke re ke ile ka re ho yena nna ke di ke holetse pla ko hostel no dutse ho la dithunya ke ka ho ke re mohlomong ke modumo wa sethunya.
If I recall clearly, I said to her that, you know what, I grew up in the hostel vicinity, and there had been a number of firearms being discharged, and I could hear those sounds. And it is for that reason that I would say to you that this sound as well, it's a sound of a firearm that has been discharged. Manje ngase ngimtshela lo nto ke uthi phela mina ngikhulela lapha ne-hostel la bekhala khona ke ibhanki. Sona ke sizathu engithi mina le nto lo msindo enguzwile umsindo wokuxhuma kwesibhamu.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsola pele.
Antere nganyisana hape mo hole engwe hape
As we were busy arguing with each other like that, then there was another sound of a firearm that is being discharged. Masloko siphikisana kanjalo kwaba nomnye umsindo wokuchuma kwesibhamu.
Haila jwale tse ya bobedi e la haufi le koloi.
Now, this second sound of a firearm that is being discharged, it sounded as though it was now close to the vehicle. The sound was closer to the vehicle. Lo msindo-ke wokuchuma kwesibhamu lo wesibili ubusukhalela la eduze nemoto.
So proceed.
Ke re ho yena ai ha se keta ho lla fela ho fete bo batho ba ithuba matha ba ya ko tlase same direction ela o a qala a mathetseng go yona.
Now, after that sound, two people passed running towards the park as well, in the same direction that the first person who passed running took. Manje-ke emva kokuchuma-ke okanye emva kokuzwakala lo msindo-ke wesibili kwase kundlula-ke abawu-2 futhi begijima nabo baya ngale ngasephakini njengalo wokuqala ondlule egijima eya ngasephakini.
Yes.
Re sa re mametse ha ba se ba qeta ho feta ke re ho yena re tla be re shwelle ka moka koloing ha re tswe batho ba ba le.
Whilst at that, and we were just waiting inside of the vehicle, I then said to her, you know what, we'll end up dying inside of the car. Let's disembark the vehicle. Batho ba etsa jwang?
Batho ba ne ba ke re a re tswe ka moka koloing hobane ke mo batho ba ba le ya rona re dutse ka moka koloing.
Yeah, let's just allow this vehicle because it is evident that people are running outside here. We may end up dying right inside of this vehicle. Ngamtshela leyo nto leyo ukuthi ake siphume nathi emotweni ngoba nakho abantu bayagijima. So gcina sifele ngapha ngasemotweni.
Holala ke sa opening ha o la bula mnyako yena pele a wa checka hore ho etsalang.
She opened the door. She was the first person to open the door so that she can investigate what was happening. Wavula umnyango, uyena umuntu wavula umnyango uqala ezama ukubheka ukuthi na kwenzakalani.
Yes, just for record, just refer to her by the name.
Oh, how bua ka yena?
Yolanda.
Yeah, how bua ka yena fel or Yolanda. Understood?
Alright.
Yes.
Ha bula mnyako hole batho ba le ba mathetse ko tlase hala ha o tlohala another shot ya ditering.
Now, as she opened the door, mind you, the people that we have initially seen had ran down the street. Then there was a third gunshot sound. Manje-ke makavula umnyango kanjalo labantu labayana bona-ke sebendlulile-ke labe begijima. Uvula umnyango nje ufuna ukubheka ukuthi kwenzakalani, sachuma futhi okwesithathu isibhamu.
Ke hopola hore ha na bula mnyako jwalo ke ile ka utlwa ke leke ho bula mnyako le na hobane se ke tshwile se la bitering.
Now, as she opened the door, I also tried to open the door because now the gunshot went for the third time.
Ke hopola ke utlwa lentswe la Zandi ke mo bona ka ke wa hoeletsa e ka rena na umpone hore ke tswa ka koloing.
I remember hearing Zandi's voice, and I could somehow see her And it also appears that she may have noticed that I was inside of the car.
A hweletsa a re Nthabiseng founela maponesa.
And she was screaming and saying that Nthabiseng phone call the police.
O itse founela ambulance.
Am I
O itse
better?
founela ambulance.
In fact, she said that phone call the ambulance. Ngiyamkhumbula ethi Nthabiseng fonele ambulance. Ngoba ke kwangathi naye ube ngibona ukuthi ngangikhona nje lapha emotweni. Ngikhumbula nje ngilizwa nje iphimbo lakhe ulokhu njani uZandi. Futhi ngimbona wasesho kanjalo ke ethi Nthabiseng fonele ambulance.
And just for record purposes, who is Zandi?
Zandi Kima.
Zandi le Khumalo ke Zandi le Khumalo dulang ha Khumalo.
This is Zandi le Khumalo that resides at the Khumalo's house. Lo Zandi ngikhuluma ngaye uZandi le Khumalo ohlala kwa Khumalo.
And where was she at that stage when she was talking to you, asking you to phone the ambulance?
Unaluka ikana ko no hare o phone le ambulance abuwa le njalo.
You can use the photo to illustrate it. Photo one.
Kasebenzisa snapper.
Mo koloi ine editse teng. Ne ke kgona ho bona ka mo ka jareteng ya ha Khumalo.
Now, from where the vehicle was parked, I was able to see inside of the Khumalo's yard. There is a light there pointing at the spot pertinent to the house of the Khumalos.
O ile a hlahella hona mo ke ne ke supile teng a re founela ambulance.
Just right there where I had pointed at initially, where the light has been shown it, she appeared at that particular spot. And then she said that I should phone call the ambulance. Khona lapho kuleyo ndawana leyo eStombi lapho la bengikhombe khona uvelele ukusuka khona lapho wathi fonele ambulance.
Is that correct? There's a mini electricity substation on the photo.
Ngabe kuyiqiniso ke ikabe ke netho hore hona le ntwe na mona box la electricity mo walibona la mhlakasi. Yes, indeed. And the witness is actually pointing at that substation.
Yes, where in relation to that did you see her?
How bapisa le lona le box leno la mhlakasi. Monica
Camera on that.
Camera le box.
Ke sa tsebeng ona hloletse hodima empa mo koloi e ne pakile teng hobane e pakile pla gate ya ko hae o khona ho bona o no khona kana ko ho bona ha Khumalo ka mo motho ye meng ka hloho wa khona mona o no khona mona kana ko ka mo so o na hlahetse hona mo.
Now at that very spot where I'm pointing at, during that time, from the spot where the vehicle had parked, one could still have a view or could still be able to see the Khumalos. I am uncertain whether she had climbed onto something that just elevated her a bit, but you know, the head could still be visible, and further that the witness is now emphasizing the fact that during that time one could see with ease the house of the Khumalos during that time from where the vehicle was parked. Uthi ngaleso sikhathi uqhamuka la imoto ibipake khona umuntu bengakwazi ukuthi abone lapha na kaKhumalo. Ungazi ke ube khona mhlambe lokho begibele phezulu kwakho ukuthi akwazi ukubonakala kahle na noma engavela ngekhanda umuntu ubekwazi ukuthi ambone.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ola hweletsa re Nthabiseng founela ambulance.
She screamed and she said that Nthabiseng phone call the ambulance. wamemeza wathi mthabiseni phone the ambulance.
Senzo uthunzwe.
Senzo had been shorted. Senzo udutshiliwe.
Ha tsho jwalo o sa tla a tswa ka gate.
As she was saying that, she was now approaching by exiting the gate. Shonjalo uyaphuma ngegate uyeza.
O tla mathela mo ho rona mo koloing e leng ko teng.
She came running towards us, that is at the spot where the vehicle had parked. Uza njalo egijima eza kithina. Khona laphana lapha khona imoto yethu.
The gate, can you just show the gate through which she came?
O carbonsa he gate atlileng ka yona. Now there is a light pointing at the gate, at the opening, supposed to be the gate there, with no bars.
Yes.
At the premises of the Kumanos. Manje ke ngiyambona ukuthi ubonisa kuphi ke uthi ukhambe kuphi.
Yes, we may proceed.
Ukatsola pele.
Ke nakwe ha atla matha se ke nka ngwana mo o na le ngwana na le cassetting. Ke tshuwile ke lena ke batla ho baleya jwanong hore Zandi le ena o wantshosa.
Now, as she came running towards me or towards us where the vehicle had parked, I then decided to pick up the child and carry the child. I am shocked at that stage. Zandi is running, and I thought to myself, perhaps I should also run. Manje uza nje uyagijima kimi. Okay, ngithina la imoto ibipake khona. Ngithi mina ke nanguza la ngithina uyagijima ngathatha umntwana. Ngathi mhlambe nami kumele ngibaleke ngoba ngazi ukuthi uyabaleka manje.
Ke nka ngwana ke mathela ka jareteng ya mo ke dula ya mo hae.
Now, I took the child, I ran into our yard, that is the yard of my place of residence. Ngathatha lengane ngase ngiyagijima ngigijimela ejartini lethu manje mazi la ngihlala khona.
Ke mathali yena Zandi re lo kena ko hae ka kitchen.
Now we are running together, myself and Zandi, to go and enter my home through the kitchen door. Skijima kanjalo ke manje mina no Zandi ukuya ekhaya kithi. Siyongena endlini ngomnyango wekitchen.
Yes.
Are kena ka mnyako ke rile ka pusha mnyako ka hweletsa. Ke hlaela ka mo ka dining room ke hweletsa ausi ile yena maphiri.
Now, as we got into the house, I started shouting or screaming for Mapiri, which is my sister. Mangena jalo endlini sengiyamemeza kanjalo ke ngisekishini ngimemeza yena lona usisi uMapiri.
Ahlahe atsoka kamareng.
She came out from the bedroom. Wasuyaphuma usisi eqhamuka ekamereni.
Hahlaha abutsori ke eng.
When she came out, she then inquired, "What is it?" Makavela wasuyabuza ke ukuthi yini.
Ke mo re hlalosang Zandi hlalosang hore Senzo uthunzwe.
That is where Zandi started to explain that Senzo has been shot at. kulapho ke esekaqisa khona ke uZandi ukuthi uSenzo usedutshuliwe.
A kopa hore ho founelwe ambulance.
She then requested that the ambulance be phone called. Was uyacela ukuthi kufonelwe i-ambulance.
Who is it now?
Ke mang o kopang hore fonelwe ambulance?
Ke Zandi le Khumalo.
That is Zandi le Khumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
O ka tswela pele.
Ha tloa moo a ke sa hopola hantle kelelong ya ka hore ke ile la founelwa ambulance kapa ho ile wa etsahalang.
From then on, I cannot have a clear collection from my mind as to whether the ambulance was being phone called or was it phone called or not. Emva kwalokho ke angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi iyafonelwa yini ambulance noma cha.
Ke hopola ke siya ngwana hodima carpet ne le mo fatshe.
I remember leaving the child on the carpet that was on the floor. Ngikhumbula ke ngisho ingane nje phezulu kwecarpet khona lapha yana phansi.
Ke tswa ka Zandi ne sa tswile ola re siya ka mo a tswa matha nna ka siya ngwana le nna ka tswa ke molatela morao.
Now at that time Zandi had already exited the house when I then decided to put the child down on the carpet to also follow Zandi. So I exited the house. Manje ngaleso sikhathi ke uZandi naye bese seke phumile uma mina sengithatha isinqumo sokuthi ingane ngibeke phansi phezulu kwecarpet ngilandele lona ke uZandi.
Ke hopola ke tswela ka ntle strateng.
I remember when I went out to the street.
Ho ne se hona le batho ba ono sona le batho le koloi ya Kelly X6 e se ipakile ka ntle mo strateng se ba re ba mo kentse ka hare Senzo who was speaking.
Now there already were a multitude of people already in that vicinity there, and Kelly's vehicle or the X6 was parked outside of the street, and it was said that Senzo had already been loaded into that X6. Kumbula mangiphuma ngaphandle kwase sekunabantu nje isicukwana sabantu lapha emgaqweni kanti ke imoto lena ke iX6 yayipake ngaphandle imoto kaKelly yayipake ngaphandle emgaqweni sekuthiwa ke uSenzo usefakwe kuleyo moto.
We just want to show you the vehicle on photo 2 of exhibit D. You recognize the vehicle?
Why hopula koleye? That is the exact car, and it has been pointed at with a light.
Which car?
The light is pointing at the X6 that is depicted on that picture there.
Yes.
Yebo iyo leyo moto ke engiyikhombayo engikhuluma ngayo kanti ukhomba yona le X6 evelela lapho kuleso sithombe.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsala pele.
Ke hopola ke atumetse haufinyana le koloi ba ne se ba le ka koloing Yolanda a khutla morao le nna hobane Yolanda o la mo ha Khumalo ha nna ke ne ke mathela ka tlong le ngwana le Zandi.
Okay. Ha re tla le mo he Yolanda o ila ya ha Khumalo. Wena ha o mathela
ka tlong ke lo siya ngwana ke hweletsa le Osmidi ka tlong.
Okay. Perhaps we should start it at that. When myself and Zandi ran into our house, Yolanda went to the Kumalo's house. Now at that stage, myself and Zandile Kumalo and the child that I was carrying, we are running into our house to go alert my sister about what has transpired.
Ha ke atumela haufinyana le bona le koloi le batho ba mo ka ntle ha Khumalo ho tshuwa sepetlele.
Now, as I neared the X6 vehicle, said to have loaded Senzo, it was said that the Kumalos are actually going to the hospital. Maseseng sondela ke leyo X6 yona le kuthiwa kwagijezwe ulokhonjani ngakhona uSenzo abaka Khumalo kuthiwa baya esibhedlela.
Can you just demonstrate there on the photo where the vehicle was at that stage?
Okarbonsa mos ne bemo ore koloi ene yo bukai
But in nkile 10 ekare ya go dimo ha o tswa ka strata se sa rona e sa iko tlase mo le Bla Park in nkile the opposite direction yona
initially direction.
Yes.
Ya ho tswa. The exact spot is pointed on the picture here, detailing where the vehicle had actually been parked, and that time around the vehicle had faced the opposite direction to that of the park, so it had faced away from the park. Oti ngaleso skathi ke imoto yayipake khona la ebe khombe khona la kulesi sithombe, kodwa ke yayingaqondanga eparking kwangathi beqonde kule enye direction.
Yes, you may proceed.
Councillor
ke hopola ho no tshwe huwa sepetlele sa ofinyana ke Botshelong.
I remember it was said that they are going to Botshelong because Botshelong is the nearest hospital. Ngikhumbula besho kanjalo ukuthi kuyiwa eBotshelong. Botshelong isona sepetlele seduze.
Ke khutla mo le Yolanda ara ha re kene ka koloing ge ba sale morao.
And then I went back, myself and Yolanda. Then Yolanda suggested that we go and embark the vehicle that we had initially embarked and then follow them. Manje mina ke no Yolanda sasesibuyele emuva emotweni wasethi ke uYolanda asibalandela singene emotweni sibalandele.
The thing happened that we tukisa.
Let me correct something there.
We tukisa.
How do I tukisa?
You correct.
Oh, okay.
Re kene ka koloing akisa hopoling hantle hore e tlile ka nna hore re ba latele kapa e tlile ka yena hore re ba sale morao empa ntho ke tsebang gore re ile ga kena ka koloing ra ba sala morao.
Okay. This is that discrepancy that I would have wished to correct. I am uncertain as to whether it was my suggestion that we should follow them or it was Yolanda's suggestion that we should follow them. The gist of the point is we eventually got into the vehicle and then we followed them. We got into the vehicle and then followed them. Angisakhumbuli ke iyo lento engizama ukuthi ngiyilungise ukuthi imina yini owathi masibalandele okanye uye uYolanda, kodwa ke okusemqoka ukuthi sangena emotweni sabalandela.
Yes, you may proceed.
Katsola pele.
a re fitla sepetlele ne re sa e bone koloi haufinyana a re ne re sa e bone koloi hobane ke nana hore e tsamaya ka potlako feta ya rona o ba tlile pele ho rona
O no sa e bone kae?
mmileng tseleng mo
tseleng.
ha re setse morao ke ne sa bona ha le tseleng ha re fitla sepetlele patere e thotse e le ko driveway mo ba di ambulance ba yemang teng mo emergency.
Now, along the road, we couldn't see the vehicle or even identify the vehicle along the road. We thought that they were driving at a high speed. That could be the reason why we are not seeing it along the road as we were driving. And upon arrival at the hospital, we then saw the vehicle parked in what the witness refers as to the driveway, where the ambulances or perhaps at the emergency section of the premises of the hospital. Otigela emkatweni azange sibone imoto sisacabanga nje ukuthi ihamba ngesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu ingalokho singakwazi ukuthi siyibone. Kanti ke sithe mase sifika ke esibhedlela sayithola ke le moto ipake kwi driveway. Futhi ke la kuma khona ke imoto lezi ke ama ambulance okanye endaweni ebhala ukuthi indawo yenhlekele ethize khona lapho esibhedlela.
And just for record purposes, which hospital are you referring to?
Rebuka hospital sefi.
Botselong.
I'm referring to Botselong. Uthi ngikhuluma ngeBotselong.
Yes, you may proceed.
Oka tswela pele.
Re fihla re ba thola se ba tswile ka koloing.
Upon our arrival, they had already alighted the vehicle. Masesifika thina ke sebephumile emotweni.
Empa Senzo ne sa le ka morao ka koloing.
O nentse
O ne ntse a le ka morao ka mo ka koloing.
However, Senzo was still inside of the vehicle, that is at the back of that vehicle. Kodwa ke noma kunjalo ke uSenzo yena ube logo engaphakathi emotweni. Futhi ngasemuva emotweni.
Honona le batho ba sebetsang sepetlele ba babedi ba ne ba le mo.
There were hospital workers, two of them, that were right there at that spot. Kwakhona ke isebenza eziwu2 zasesibhedlela ezazikhona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
Bane ba leka ho montsha ka mo ka hara koloi empa ba ntse ba lla.
They were trying to take him out of the vehicle, however they were still crying.
Ke hopola a ke re ba
Bebezama ukumkhipha emotweni kodwa bebeloku bekhala.
ke hopola kana go nona le Kelly le Sandy.
I remember during the time there was Kelly and Zandi.
Ke hopola hona le motswalle wa bona mtelele o ne a hlotsa.
I remember also there was a friend of theirs who was tall in physique, who was limping. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakhona nomngani wabo lapho omude nyana nje ngomzimba wayexhuka nje.
Ba la re lebitso la hae ke Tumelo.
They said that his name was Tumelo, bathi igama lakhe uTumelo.
And then hona le omong hape abuti ba re ke Mthogozisi.
And there also was another gentleman there called Mthogozisi. Kwakhona nomnyeke ubhuti kwathiwa uMthogozisi.
O bona hore a re tswa ka koloing le Yolanda o bona hore wa sokola ho tswa motho le motho as il motho Senzo. Yolanda ko mathela mo koloing a mo tosa ka mo ka koloing aba thusa hore ba mo tose and then ba mo beya hodima stretcher sa sepetlele.
When we realized that these people were battling to disembark Senzo from the vehicle, we alighted the vehicle and Yolanda ran to the vehicle to go and assist. She assisted in dragging him out of the vehicle so that he is put on the stretcher, so that he is put on the stretcher. Manje ngokuqaphela okanye ngokubona ukuthi labantu ungazothi bayasogola ukuthi ulokho nje aphume emotweni uSenzo ukuthi bamkhiphe emotweni. Wathi ke uYolanda masiphume emotweni yena wagijimela khona lapha yana ukuyolekelela. Ukufika kwakhe lapho wase ufaka isandla ukuthi makadonsweke manje akwazi ukuthi abekwe phezu kwestretcher.
Can you just clarify, if you say they were still crying, who are you referring to?
Haure banentse balla ubuka ka bona
Kaofela bona. Ene le Zandi nalla, Kedi nalla, ke hopola Zandi analla le Kedi nalla le Tumelo.
all of them were crying. If I remember well, it was Zandi, Kelly and Tumelo. They were crying. Bonke ke babekhala. Mangikhumbula kahle beku Zandi, Kelly kanye noTumelo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola pele.
Ho pushuwa stretcher seo ho mo kenya ko sepetlele ka hare ho sepetlele jwane.
Now that very stretcher was pushed into the hospital now. Manje leso stretcher ke saseke siya pushwa ke ukungena ngaphakathi kwesibedlela.
Ha o fihla mo casualty nya kwa casualty ba re khutsetsa kaofela ka ntle.
When we got to the casualty door or entrance, we were then all of us sent back that we should be outside. Uma sifika laphana ke emnyango wase casualty base ke basiphinisele emuva sonke ukuthi singangeni sibe ngaphandle.
Ho kantle ka mo pela kantle ka mo pela casualty no na le ditulo mo dulang teng.
Just outside there, close to the casualty, there were seats where people could, or there was a sitting area that was designated there, close to the casualty. Khona lapho ngaphandle kwakhona nje indawo yokuhlala okanye ihlalo zazikhona lapho umuntu angahlala khona lapho.
Bane balla ba batla etsa di call ne ke tshwere ne ke gopola ke tshwere di phone tse pedi.
Now they were crying and they wanted to make phone calls. I remember that I was in possession of the 2 cell phones.
And then
Ke babeloko bekhala ke bezama ke ukwenza ukufona. Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngangiphethe amalokhonjana amabili ama cell phones amabili.
ke baneletsa di phone mo ho phone wa he.
I then handed them the cell phones. Phone calls were made. Banikeza ke ama cell phone. Kwase kuyafona ke khona lapho.
Ke sa tsebeng ho no founelwa bo mang.
Well, I did not know who in particular was being phone called. Angazi ukuthi kahle kahle kwakufonela obanike khona lapho.
Who did you borrow your phones to?
We le wa neletsa phone kapa wa kadima mang di phone tsa hao?
Ke ile ka kadima Khelu la phone.
I lent Kelly. She made a phone call. Sorry, Kelly phone called.
Hape motho la phone ke hopola e la ba Tumelo o la phone.
Well, another person that I recall that had made or that had phone called, it was Tumelo. Omnyake wabantu oye wafona uTumelo.
And just for record purposes, who's Kelly?
Kelly Kiman.
Kelly ke ausi wa Zandi Kuman.
Kelly is Zandile Kumalo's sister. Mango Kelly and Mango sister Zandile Kumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
O ka tswela pele.
All right. Hantse ho mo ho tso ho founwa ho liwa mo ba re Nzori udujuliwe mo.
Now, as they were phone calling and they were crying at the same time, and they kept on saying that Nzori, udujuliwe has been shot at.
Who was saying that?
Ki mang ane ngatsho jwalo?
Ki bona mo di phone call tsa bona.
They are the very people that were saying that as they were making these phone calls. Ngibona ke bebesho kanjalo njengoba babefona ngaleyo ndlela.
Yes, we proceed.
Katswela pele.
Ho be ka mora metsotsonyana e se khale re fihlile mo sepetlele ho tlenes mo na le Yolanda mo re dutseng le bona re try ho ba calm down.
Now, after a few minutes we had arrived at the hospital, then a nurse came. Myself and Yolanda, where we were seated together with them, we were trying to comfort them. Manje ke kweza ke umhlengazi lapho la sasihleli khona ke mina no Yolanda siloko sizama ukubaduduza ke.
Me wane sa fitla a re o kopa tumele ka pelenyana wa bitswa ke doctor. Wa mpitsa.
Now this lady nurse that came to us, she then came to me and said, can you come quickly, come with me quickly, the doctor is looking for you. Gantige lomhlengazi lona ozagit lowes mameke ngoba ezagit uzagim utshela mina ukuthi woza ngokusheshsha udokotela uyakufuna.
Kere ho yana a ke nahana hore ke nna motho tlameleng ho ba ka mo.
I then said to her, no, I don't think I am the person that is supposed to be in there. Gase ngithi kuye cha angicabanga ukuthi imini umuntu ofanele ukuthi abe ngaphakathi lapho.
Are hona le information ya ne ba e batlang.
She then said that there is a particular information that they are in quest of. Bese uthi kimi kukhona nje ulwazi oluthize abalufunayo lakini.
Phakisa again.
Hurry, walk in, or hurry, go in.
Re kene le yena ka mo.
We the both of us then went in there.
Ke ka mo ho ne ho ntso ho thuswa Senzo ka hare ka mo.
That is the area or the room in which Senzo was being attended to. Ganti ke kungase gumbini lapho ke kwaku lokho kusizwa lona uSenzo ngonyaka.
Aki fihla ka hare ngaka e botse hore o eng le motho o.
When I got inside, the doctor asked me, how do I relate with this particular person? Ngaphakathi ke udokotela wasuyangibuza ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani nalomuntu, and he was referring to Senzo. Kaleso sikhathi ke udokotela usho bekhuluma ngayo uSenzo ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani naye.
Kere ho yena karabo ya ka ke hopola ke le kare ke family friend ya fiance ya hae.
I remember giving that reply that I am the family friend to his fiance. Ngikhumbula ngisho kanjalo ngithi mina ke ngumngani waka fiance okanye lona okuzoba umakoti wakhe uSenzo.
Balike hape ba etse kare mchini hape ba hlalose hore ke ba etse kare ba mo resuscitate hape.
Now, they went on as though they were resuscitating him. Base bayaqhubeka ngathi bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele kanye bamsiza ukuthi aphile.
Ke hopola doctor a re lekile ka hohle empa ha o hlokahetse ha sa le.
I remember the doctor saying that we tried all, however, he's no longer. Ukhumbula udokotela esho kanjalo ukuthi sizame konke noma ke kunjalo akasekho.
So God please, my Lord, even if it's hearsay, it has already been admitted in Exhibit G, I think.
Why do you say a doctor makes a pronouncement in front of her? You say it's hearsay.
Well, in the sense that the witnesses testify about what the doctor told her.
Yeah, but she sees the doctor trying to resuscitate Senzo, and in that process, she says Senzo is no more.
Yes, but
it's not right. I'm not talking.
Yes,
who's a layman?
As I said, that aspect has been admitted. It's really of no consequence, man. Yes, you may proceed.
Ke dule ka mo ka rumong o le bona ke sa tsebe re ke tse jwang hobane ke lo lokone ka re ne khutla hore ke batlang mo.
Now I sat in there in that very room together with them, and I didn't know what to do. Now at that stage, gradually my mind was now coming back to me, you know, to conscientize me as to what was I doing there. Ngihlale ngalapho na mangiloko ngilapho ingqondo ngathi manje siyabuya ukuthi uzokwenzani lapho.
Ke phone.
I then took the phone
ke phonele ko hae
and then phone called home. Athatha ke ucingo ngafonela ekhaya.
Who did you call?
Uyida fonela mang?
ke fonetse landline a ke hopola ka tlung ha phiri.
I cannot recall clearly. I phone called the landline into the Mapiri's house. Angikhumbuli kahle kodwa ke ngathi ngeke ngafonela ucingo nje lo i-landline lena. Hayi umakhalekhikhini. Ngifonela khona lapha yana kwaMapiri.
Ke upola la tshwara ke ntate Phiri phone.
I remember that Mr. Phiri picked up the call or the phone.
Ka mjotsa ka re ai nna ke mo sepetlele.
I then told him that I'm at the hospital. Ngamtshela ukuthi ngisesibhedlela ubaba Mapiri.
And then ba re Senzo ha sa le.
And I further related to him that it was said that Senzo is no more. Ngaphinde ngamtshela lokho ukuthi kuthiwa uSenzo akasekho.
Next tsebo hore tshwantse ke tse jwang ho tswa ke lo jotsa botho.
I did not know how can I then exit to go and inform Kelly and them.
Ntate Phiri o la go bona tshwara hanyane ke bitse ausi wa hao mo phone.
Mr. Phiri then said, just hold on a minute, let me phone call your sister to the phone. Ubaba Mapiri wathi bamba nje kancane ethi ngifonele ethi ngibize usisi wakho la azoba mcini.
Ha ke bua le ausmedi phone o la re hona makhomalo tseleng ke dule ka hona ka mo makhomalo qeta o tloa.
No.
It's fine. You had a conversation with your sister. What happened further?
Hulukile ule wa bana le puisano le auswa hao kwa etsala nka mramono.
O la re ke eme ka mo ka rumo ke eme le makhomalo tseleng e tlang sepetlele.
Smith.
She then said that I should remain in
Yes,
that room.
it's fine. What happened further, what she told is not admissible. What happened further? What did you do?
Ke ile ka ema ho fihlela Makhumalo a fihla.
I then waited until the arrival of Makhumalo. Ngama-ke kwaze kwafika lona uMakhumalo.
And who's Makhumalo?
Re bua ka Makhumalo.
Ke Ntombi Khumalo, ke mme wa Khedi Lezandile Khumalo.
That is Ntombi Khumalo, and that is she's the mother to Zandile Khumalo and Kelly Khumalo. Untombi Khumalo lona umma waka Kelly Khumalo kanye naye uZandi Khumalo.
Yes, may proceed.
Ukathola pele.
Ha ba bula mnyako wa casualty mo le teng. O wanene se ile nako ba yemi di doctor di emetse ba sa tsebe hore ba etse jwang. Mme se ile over 15-20 minutes. Ka ba jotsa hore ba re mo Khedi o tseleng e tlang.
Now, they opened the door. People were standing there. They didn't know what to do. Makhumalo then eventually arrived. Already, Dr. Negeta, John?
Ante re di ka mo ka rumong ke ba jotse ke re a nna ke tsebiketse jwang hobane ba itse Makhumalo mo tseleng ke ka kopana konyana.
And while we were still in that room, I said that I don't know what to do now because it was said that Makhumalo is on her way. I'm just asking for a short time.
Ka re ho nese e engwe ka mora nako ke kopa o bitse hobane ke bone Yolanda e le ene ka rona le matla ka gona hore a breake ditaba tse ho bokhedi ka re ke kopa di bitse Yolanda.
Now I then said to this nurse, given the fact that I had already realized that Yolanda was somebody that was morally strong, further that she is then will be in a better position to can break the news to the to Kelly and them. I then said that they should call Yolanda.
Haba bula mnyako mo kina ko haba ka lo bitsa Yolanda mme wa Khedi a hlaha mnyako.
Now at that time when they opened the door and they wanted to go fetch or wanted to go call Yolanda, that's when Kelly's mother came in. Manje mabaya ke kuvuleka lo mnyango yobizwa yena lona ke uYolanda. Vuleka umnyango kufika umama ka Kelly Makhumalo yangena umnyango.
Baba bitsa ba le babedi ke ba jotsa ke re ke o mme o lokileng hore aka ba teng kam.
Now they called the both of them and I said to them, this is the relevant person to whom such news can be given or broken to. Manje ngase ngisho kanjalo ke ukuthi nangu-ke umuntu okuyena oqondile okuyena yena ongakwazi ukuthi ke lezo indaba nitshele yena.
Referring to who?
Unobuwakama Nghe.
Ka Ntombi Khumalo.
I was referring to Ntombi Khumalo. Uthi-ke ngangikhuluma ngaye uNtombi Khumalo mangithi uyena-ke umuntu oqondile ukuthi ningakwazi-ke ukuthi nikhulume naye kanye nimtshele lezo indaba.
Yes, may I proceed?
Again, ba leke hape bo doctor hona mo
Ba leke ho etsa jwang?
ntho ke hopolang gore ha kena ka mo ha ba ya straight to the point where ba mo jwetsa hore ha sa di e ka re ba ne ba deka hape ka re ba mo tsosanyana hape.
Now she walked in. If my memory serves me well, they also put some effort, the resuscitative effort, if I am correct, because they were looking for a way to can try and break the news to her. Manje magangena njalo bazama ke ukuthi bamvuselele ngoba ke essentially odokotela ngoba babezama indlela yokuthi bamtshele lo ukuthi sekwenzakaleni.
ba ile ba feleletsa ba mjetsitse gore ha ba dikile ka hohle a sa le.
They eventually managed to break the news to her that they tried their best or they tried all. He's no more. Manje bazame konke ke bamtsheli bagcine sebemtshela ukuthi hey bazame konke ebebona khona ukuthi bakwenze kodwa ke akasekho useshini.
Elare ha hweletsa
Mang ha hweletsa
mme wa Khedi Ntombi a hweletsa kulla ha ya hweletsa.
Well, she blasted into a cry. Could say that she wailed. And I'm referring to Kelly's mother. She's the one that wailed. Wakala ke ememeza kanjalo.
Ke ha utlwa dibale balla ke nana hore ka baka la hore ba utlwa mo bona hweletsa ke ka mo le bona ba tsibileng bala tseba hore mhlomong ho etsalang ka mokahare ko tswa ha rona he
Le bona balla.
le bona balla
Bese letswa.
ga be se re tswa ka moka.
When they heard that wailing from the mother, I think that's how it was decoded to them as something unpleasant, and they started crying as well, and we all then evacuated. Manje mabe ma ekhala kanjalo mama base nabo bayakhala kanti baye bathola ke ngendlela leyo akhale ngakhona kwaba lapho ke sesiphuma sonke.
Go la ba le sephetephete mo le sepetlele haholo bane le di nurse ne di batla ho bude di-file.
There was some a commotion of some sort there at the hospital because even the nurses wanted for the files to be opened as well. Kubena leso nje siphithiphithi kanti nabo nurse babefuna ke ngapha ukuthi ukuvula ama file.
Ka mo hona le ho thwa po fonela maponesa hona le maponesa tlamele ho tla a tlo iswa mo le ho thu.
The police are being phone called that the police should then be directed to the scene of the incident where the shooting took place. Ngapha ke kufonela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi amaphoyisa kumele eze azohanjiswa ayiswe khona laphayana endaweni yesigameko sokudubula.
Ho ke hopolang hape go go fona le nako mo founu ya ka ide ya lla a ke araba motho o ne a return a call e a la receiver mo founung ene le ntate Chikotwana.
Now, if I remember well, there is a phone call that I received. It appears the person that was making that phone call onto my phone was returning the initial call that was made from my phone. And then when I picked up the call, it was Mr. Chikotwana who had phone called. Manje ke ngithe kusenjalo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olungena efonini yami. Kanti ke lo muntu befonela ifonini yami kwangathi ke ubephendula uzama ukufonela lo oke wamfonela phambilini esebenzisa yona ifoni yami. Mangiphakamisa ke lo cingo ngase ngiyathola ukuthi ubaba uChikotwana ofonayo.
Hane a phona jwalo mme se re khutletse ka warding ye Senzo ane a le ka ho yona le bo Kedi kaofela le bo kaofela batho no so tletse ka mo.
Now, at that stage when that phone call was received, or at the time when he phone called, we had all gone back into the room where Senzo was, and we had all gathered in that same room. Manje ke makungena ke lo mcingo sonke sasisi ngale ke khona lapha elokhunjaneni kulelo gumbi la uSenzo ebelele ngakhona sonke sethi sesibuyele khona.
Ke opela Kedi a tsho hore am ka ro mo director hore ko kae.
I remember that Kelly, as though Kelly was directing him as to our whereabouts. Ngikhumbula ngazuthi uKelly ube emtaxele ukuthi sikuphi.
Directing who?
Ntate Chico Twala.
Mr. Chico Twala ube qondisa ba uThwala emtshela ukuthi singakuphi.
Hobane o la fihla ka yona nako eo hona mo.
Because he eventually arrived at that time, and I can see there's a demonstration with a hand signaling more or less at that time. He eventually arrived. Manje uke wafika ke ngazo zona lezo inkathi egcineni lo baba uChico Twala.
Kelly na la hloka ro batla go tsamaya same night ho ya ko habo Senzo.
Kelly was bitterly crying that night, and she said that she wanted to go to Senzo's parental home that
it's
night.
fine, she was crying. Then what happened further? You may not disclose what she was saying.
Ba
la founela maponesa fihla nna ke ile ka tsamaya le Makhumalo.
They phone called the police. Upon the arrival of the police, I went together with Makhumalo.
Ntombi Khumalo raya.
Ntombi Khumalo. Laya.
Raya habo Kedi Khumalo mo ntwe e etsahetseng teng.
We went to Kelly Khumalo's parental house where this incident had taken place.
Just a minute.
Saya ke mina no Ntombi Khumalo maka Kelly. Saya ka Kelly la isigameko senzekele khona.
Sorry, just a minute before you proceed to say, at some point there in the emergency room, they were looking for someone to come to give the details of the deceased.
Wa hopela hore hona mane ka emergency room ba ne ba batla ho fana ka tlhaiso leseding e itseng maelana le yena mofu.
Ke hopola ke ne ke tshwere form eo ke tlatsa empa form eo ha ne ke tlatsa jwalo e ya sepetlele ne ke nka information ya teng ho Kelly hobane a ke mtsebe nna motho o.
I remember taking or finishing some form with information, and that information was provided to me by Kelly because I didn't know all the information which was needed from that form that I should provide.
Did you eventually complete that form?
I'm not
white lots of form.
I go put it kai complete kaofela but ke ka fana ke ntse ke tlatsa.
I don't remember completing that form, even though I was finishing the information on that form. Perhaps partly I finished the information on the form, but I did not. I cannot remember entirely completing that form. Angikhumbuli ke ngigcwalisa ke le form ngaze ngaqeda ukugcwalisa ngayo yonke imininingwane eyayidingeka lapho kuleyo form. Kodwa ngiyakhumbula ke ngingagcwalisa ke lapho.
And how did you and Makhumalo leave the hospital?
Wena le Makhumalo la tsama la tloa jwang hospital?
Re tluile ka mabaka o re tshwantse re ne re tsamaise maponisa a balare ba ka se. There was something emane ba tlamile o etsa sepetlele empa bena ba ka se yetse before ba thola maponisa fihla mo ho etsaetseng thunyahalo eo.
Now, what led to us leaving the hospital was the fact that there is some information that needed to be investigated or that needed to be collected at the scene of the incident before they can subsequently then finish the hospital with some of the information as well. So we were going to be directing the police to the house where the incident had taken place. Manje ngikhumbula ukuthi ke ukusuka kwethu lapho bekukhona ukuthi sihambe samaphoyisa ngoba kwakhona ke imininingwane ethize eyayifuneka khona lapho esibhedlela eyayincike ekutheni siqale siye laphayana ke endaweni yesigameko kuqala.
Did the police then arrive at the hospital?
Mapolisa ilafihla ku sibhedlela.
Alafihla ka bongata.
Many police officers arrived at the hospital. Amaphoyisa amaningi aya afika khona lapho esibhedlela.
But you and Makhumalo, how did you leave the hospital? How did you travel from the hospital?
Gore le tsamaile ka nka pole tsamaile jwang ho ya le tloa sepetlele ho ya mone le ape.
Re tsamaile ka koloi ya maponesa.
We traveled with the police motor vehicle. Sisuke lapho esibhedlela ngemoto yamaphoyisa.
What time did you leave the hospital?
Le tluile kana komang sepetlele. I cannot recall the time. In fact, I no longer know the time. I no longer know the time that we had left the hospital. I did not even take notice of the time. During that time, I wasn't checking the time.
Yes.
Manje azange ngisibheke nesikhathi. Ngaleso sikhathi ke bengingaqaphele isikhathi kanti bengingaloku ngibheke isikhathi.
And this vehicle of the police, what type of vehicle was it?
Inelekolo yejwang yamapolisa.
In other words, was it an official vehicle, clearly marked, or what was the position?
If I remember well, it was marked. Mankumbulage, yai fagwe laoma impaws amaphoyisa.
Yes. And where were they from?
I am unsure about where they were coming from. Actually, I don't know where the police were coming from.
Yes, we proceed.
Myself and Makhumalo went into that police vehicle. Up to the parental house to Kelly Khumalo, where the shooting incident took place. Ukufika khona laphana kabo Kelly Khumalo lapho isigameko sokudubula esenzekele khona. I remember us walking into the house or getting into the house. Ngikhumbula singena endlini.
Ke hopola sale re dutse ka kamoreng he ho tloa mo ho na le nako mo re leng ka tswa re lo batla ke lo ga metsi ka kitchening.
Remember that we spent some reasonable time inside of the bedroom, and further that there was a stage where I walked out of the bedroom into the kitchen to go get some water, scoop some water from the kitchen. Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi kwakhona nje isikhathi lapho khona nje isikhashana esahlala ngase gumbini lokulala emva kwesikhashana ke ngaphuma mina ngaya ngase kitchen ngikha amanzi.
Ona le mo unona le katiba nyana ke sa hopoleng hore ne tswa kae katiba ya teng e brown nyana ka rena le bo white.
There was a stage where I saw some brownish kind of a hat that had the combination was brown and white, or whether it was spotted with white. but it was brown. There was some white in it, or a tinge of white. Manje ke ngikhumbula ukuthi khona isigqoko nje esasi brown nje sinobumhlophe nyana nje.
Where did you see it?
Wile wayibona kae katiba e?
Akusahopola hantle but ke hopola ekare Makhumalo o la itshwara re ke katiba ya o mong wa bona ena pere ke o mong wa bona Ntombi Khumalo
I do not remember exactly where I saw it, but I remember that Makhumalo was holding that head, and she said that here is the head that one of them was
just a minute. The head was in the position of Makhumalo. Where was Makhumalo at that point?
Makhumalo natswere katiba e. Ona lo kae kana go eo?
Aksa hopona hantle hore o na le kantle kapa ka hare ka tlung.
I cannot remember clearly whether she was outside or inside of the house. Angisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ube ngaphandle noma ube ngaphakathi endlini.
Yes.
Engwe ya ntho tse ke di hopolang ke hopolang ho kare ke bone ke walking stick.
One of the other items that I recall that I had seen it, it's a walking stick.
Where did you see it?
Will I bonaka?
Ne ka kitchen.
It was in the kitchen. Enye yezinto engicabanga ukuthi engikhumbula kwangathi ngeke ngayibona udondolo nyana nje lwase kitchen ngenkathi ngibona.
Yes, where in the kitchen?
Kae ka kitchen.
Pela raka pela mnyako ha ke hopola hantle.
Close to the kitchen unit and also close to the door, if I remember well. Uthi khona lapho eduze nje ne cupboard lase kitchen nomnyango futhi.
Yes.
Ha ke lo khametse.
As I went to go scoop the water,
ba ntse ba le busy maponisa ntse checka mo.
The police were busy checking there, investigating there. Manje mangihamba mina ke yokamanzi amaphoyisa beloko ebusy nyana khona lapho beloko checka lapho.
Hona le ntho engwe ke nka e bona mo fatshe ke re a se yona ntho ile batlang na.
There is one item that I saw on the floor, and I inquired, isn't this the item that you are actually looking for? Kukhona ke into engiyibona phansi. Ngase ngiyababuza ngithi akusiyikho lokho enhloko nekufuna na.
Ene le silvanyana je ekare ke steel nyana ntho teng ha o sheba ka lihlo.
Now it was silverish in color, a steel silverish kind of an object. And I can see that the witness is also demonstrating with her fingers more or less the size of that thing that she identified.
Yes, can you, that size, just put that on record.
It wasn't long. More or less, this is the size that is now demonstrated by the witness. About 2 centimeters from where I'm standing, if I can estimate. Ibingekho yinto lento lena ke ibincanyana nje lento lena ngendlela mina ke engiyibona ngakhona ngutoliki njena ngazothi ama centimeter nje amabili.
Where did you see it? Enele khona mo ka kitchening.
It was right there in the kitchen on the floor. Ibikhona khona lapho ngase kitchen phansi.
Yes.
Ukathola pele hemme.
Nkile ka khametse ka khutlela hape ka moreng e shebileng monyako.
I scooped the water and went back into the bedroom that was facing in a shebile monyako.
Enele haufi le kitchen ka mora ya teng.
In a shebile ka kitchen. Enele haufi ka bone shebile kitchen.
Ene shebile kitchen ka mo ka kitchening. Ha o kena ke sa rona le ka more pele ho bathroom.
That bedroom was actually facing the kitchen. If I remember clearly, as you just walk into the house, into the kitchen. The first door on your right, and there's a bedroom in there, which was, if I remember clearly, it was facing the kitchen. Lelo camera la le konde ngase kitchen. Ese mangqeda ke ukukhamanzi ngaya kulo lelo camera liseduze okanye elal konde libheke ngase kitchen amanye manje.
Sale ke dutse ka mo ho fitlela o fitla maponesa mangata.
I sat in there for quite some time until the arrival of many police officers. Ngahlala ke ngakulelo gumbi ke kwaze kwafika amaphoyisa amaningi.
I just want to show you certain photos of Exhibit C.
Ba bontsha fela dinepe tse itseng tsa karolo ya bopaki le Exhibit C.
Photo 4 of Exhibit C. Photo 5. Photo 5.
Here's number 5.
Photo 5. Or photo 6.
Number 6.
46.
Number 67.
Can you use that photo to illustrate your evidence?
This is the very head that I saw, and the light is pointing at that head that is depicted or detailing the picture. And there's a crutch there that is also being pointed at. This is also the same crutch that I've referred to, which I had witnessed in that scene. I can't see clearly around that crutch what is happening there. At that center there. There, I don't know what is happening there. I can't see clearly what is happening there.
The still object that you referred to, can you just indicate more or less where it was?
What's happening?
Has we just want to come closer to the screen?
No. There's that little steel item over there. I can't see clearly.
Yes.
These are the very items that I had seen there.
Yes, you say lots of police arrived, and what happened further?
Orobile wa fihla maponesa a mangata wa etsalang ka mora moo.
Ka mora nako ho la ba bane ba le sepetlele ba ile ba fihla.
After a while, those that were at the hospital then arrived. Emva kwesikhatshana lapho besesibhedlela baphinde bafika.
Ke hopola maponesa a bobedi a fihlile ga mangata.
I remember that these or this big group of police officers that arrived.
One so holoko ba ne se ba botsa dipotso ba ba kentse bedroom engwe ba botsa dipotso.
They were already starting to interview them, and they had put them in another bedroom interviewing them.
Interviewing who?
Ba botsa bomang dipotso.
Ke hopola ke ile ka bona longwe
I remember that I had seen Longwe. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngike ngabona uLongwe.
ba re ke longwe motho wa teng o kileng ka mmona bosiung boo.
They say this particular person that I had seen that night, it was Longwe.
And then le Tumelo la Kabut.
Tumelo as well was interviewed. Kanye no Tumelo ke wase ubuzwa imibuzo. Longwe no Tumelo babuzwa imibuzo.
Babutswa ka mo ka kamoring eo.
They were interviewed in that very bedroom. Babebuzelwa ngakulelo gumbi lokulala. Leyo bedroom ekhuluma ngayo.
Ke sa hopoleng ka ba bang. A ke hopole ke bona ka nako mo a re tswa sepetlele ke hopole ke bona Mthokozisi.
Well, I wouldn't say much about others. I do not remember seeing Mthokozisi at that stage when we were already from the hospital. I do not recall seeing Mthokozisi there. Angikhumbuli ngimbona lo Mthokozisi ngaleso sikhathi sesiqhamuka khona le esibhedlela.
Yes, we proceed.
Ukathola phela.
Maponesa ho se ho ba se ba tshentse ba checkile ntho tse ba checkang tse ba ne ba di checka, then le ba maponesa mangata tsamaile bo khedi ba la tsamaya ba re ha ba roba le montlong ko tsamaya rona le rona montlong.
Now, after this group of police officers that had inspected the area, and as well as the big group of these police officers had left, Kelly and them also left. They said that they are not going to be sleeping over in that house. And then that is when we also left the house. Remember ukuthi ke lamaphoyisa ke bekhona ukuzohlola leyo ndawo ke asehambile nalawa ke amaningi eze kuyisiqhu nje samaphoyisa siwahambile abokheli ke basebethi bona bayahamba nathi ke sasisithi ngoba bathi bona ngeke bakwazi ukuyolala lapho kuleyo ndlu nathi sasisithi ke hayi nathi siyahamba sasiyahamba.
Yes.
That's when we left and went home. And the following day,
after 12.
Now, if I remember well, upon our arrival at home, it was already after 12 of the morning. Bese sekushayeke u12 o'clock bese sikuntathakuza.
Olatla maponesa ko haye hoseng.
The police arrived at home in the morning.
Ba re batlile ho tlo nnata ke lo etsa statement ko Fosloras.
They said that they have come to fetch me so that I can finish them with a statement at Fosloras. Manje ke base bangitshela lokho ke ukuthi bazongilanda kanjalo ukuthi ngiyo phana ke nge-statement esave khona laphana Fosloras.
Yes.
Ko tsamaya ke Fosloras mo ho botswa dipotso tse botsuwang ke araba ka mgo ke arabang.
I eventually went there to Fosloras. I was interviewed and I replied the way that I could reply. Ngaya ke khona lapho ngabuza imibuzo ngaphendula ngendlela engiphendula ngakhona.
Was a statement then taken from you?
Banka statement yokuwena. Yes, a statement was taken from me. Statement vele basthatha.
Was it the only statement that you made?
Ke statement selesing fela seno se ile ngwasietsa mo.
Che.
No.
Yes.
Ka akusona sodwa leso statement angasenza emaphoyiseni. Yeah.
Oh, laba lisesing hape ne ke interviewer ke senemi ke bothelesi.
Kena na interview.
Kena na nka statement ko Don Park Sabobedi.
Okay, Don Park
Police Station.
Yeah, the second statement was finished too. The SAPS official called Butelezi. That was done at the Don Park Police Station. This is now the second statement that I am referring to. Statement Lesesbini. Sanikezwa yena ke lona obizwa ngoButhelezi khona laphana police station yaseDon Park.
More or less, when was that?
In Kabona Komangchena. Abegas?
When was that? Which year?
Nekabo Ning. Ni. Selemo se feng.
Aksa hopola selemo, but e ne le ka mora dilemo ntwe statements sa qala seng di.
Well, I cannot recall the year. It could have been after some time, after the first statement was finished. It was actually after some years, after the first statement was made. Bengingaba mhlambe emva kweminyaka nje angisakhumbuli kahle emva kokuthi ke ngiphane ngestatement sokuqala.
Now, ma'am, if we can just briefly return to the time when you and Yolanda Nota were in the vehicle.
Khutlela morao kana ka mo ileng gore wena le Yolanda Nota ne leng ka makoloing akere re khutlela mona. Understand? Tike yebo ngiyazwisisa ukuthi so yela nje kamuva nyana kancane lapho mina no Yolanda bese motweni.
You mentioned that first there was a shot rang off and a person ran past, and you described the person. You mentioned that the second shot rang off and two persons ran past towards the park. Are you able to describe those two persons?
Wa popula ro wile taba ene hore situnya se sala sa khabula fetola pele ba ba le motho a fetang amata sala fetola bedi bile le motho batho ba babedi ba leng ba feta ba mata mo o santsaneng o hopola o ka kgona go fana ka setshwantsho sa bona batho ba
Ke hopola o wa qala ona le mosesanenyana but a se motelele a le mokhutswane.
Now I remember the very first person that ran past was not tall. He was short, also with a leaner physique or a slimmer physique. Lomnye wokuqala wandlula lapho ube mfishanyana nje ube ngekho mude futhi ubethe ukuzaqa naye ngomzimba.
Is there the person who ran past alone?
Ki o fitile ngamathala. That very first one who ran past alone. Lo wokuqala ke ondlule lapho egijima yedwa.
Yes, and the other two?
Bana bababedi babang.
Wabubedi une a kimhopola ana le una le mahareng una sena mmele una se stola ale mahareng fela ba una ntse di una na di dreadlocks
Bana bababedi. Of the two, one of them was not big in terms of the physique. He was neither lean as well. He was of an average height, and I remember that he had dreadlocks. Mandelo monyake ube ngekho mude bese maphakathi nje ngobude kanti futhi ke ube ngazacile futhi engekho sidudla uye lona ke obefake okanye obe nama dreadlocks.
Are you able to describe those dreadlocks?
Wa khona ho re hlalosetsa tsona di dreadlocks tseno
ho re ke bere ke di dreadlocks so ban hana matha ne di onobona mo mirering dinedi but ubane ba fitile ka everything happened so quick nka se chore ine di tsetinya ka ba tse kutswa tse jwang but onobona hore tse ke di dreadlocks ha a matha monga tsona.
Well, what makes me say that those were the dreadlocks were that as this particular person was running, there was sort of frequently flung into the air, and the witness is now trying to, demonstrate with her hand as to how the dreadlocks were flung into the air as he was running. And this running was quick, so I couldn't take a very attentive look as to the very structure of those dreadlocks.
Yes. And the second,
Unzule gijima kanjalo lezo inelo beziloko zenza kanjena ke yikhona lokho okwangenza ukuthi ngisho ukuthi no ube nama dreadlocks. Futhi angikho assessment sokuthi ngingaqaqisa ke ukuthi bekungama dreadlocks anjani ngoba ke lokho kwenzeke nje ukushesha.
and the second person,
Motho wa bobedi akere ba babedi o qeta ho bua ka wa pele.
wa pele o fetile jwale ba ba bobedi ke yo wa di-dreadlocks a ba siane hole le o na le mmelenyana o motenya o na kentse ntho ena e kentse e ne na le katiba tjentate ka mo ka morao hodinyana.
Now this other one who was slightly bigger in physique, they did not outrun each other. They almost ran side by side, even though there was, with the demonstration of the fingers of the witness, that there was one that was a little in front of the other, and that very one with that bigger physique had a hoodie on his head. Lo mlisake omunye wesibili obehamba naloyana ke wama-dreadlocks ubefake ke ilokho njani ihudi la ekhanda lo ngathi ke ubecishe abe nomzimbanyana nje
Le ka height na le motelelenyana ho ba compared to ba babedi ba nse ke bile ka bona.
and with the height as well he was taller. He was taller than the other two that I've already referred to. Manje nakubude ube mude ukudlula lababili esengikhulume ngabo.
yes. Any other description you can give?
Sonto sesengisoka fana kasona hape.
Naseyo se seng hape.
There isn't any other description that I can give. Akukho okunye ke o enye incazelo okanye esinye isithombe engaphana ngaso esimayelana ke nalabalisa.
Thank you, my lord. That will be all.
Any cross, sir?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I see it's 10 to perhaps if we put agenda and come back at 10 to 2. Or 2, Mr. Banoi says 2 o'clock.
What's that?
Mr. Banoi says we can
Okay, the agenda.
resume at 2.
2 o'clock. Okay, fine.
Don't get it from me. nako ene ka ba ka bo 8 ya bosibu.
Nkare ho no se le fifi hakalo.
I would say that it wasn't that dark. Ngasho ngithi kwakungekho mnyama kakhulu.
What I need to find out is were the street lights on at the time?
Ntshekile ka ngifumana gore ebe ho nona le mabono mono a strateng aneng a gantsitse go king ene etsa gore go gane mono.
Ke sare di Apollo ne di le on.
I think the Apollo lights were on. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama Apollo abe cancel lapho.
And by Apollo you mean this tall cast light that is placed in the township separately from each other at some distance from each other. Is that so?
Bua ka di Apollo bua ka mabona ona ano a jwala bo hana mane makeishen ama telele ha di tjena a leng hore a rohantse.
Ho jwang.
That is correct. Ngikuluma ngama Apollo ngikuluma ngazo kanye lawo malayithi ke athe ukuphakama kakhulu la wathola khona la emalokishi engizothola lapha yana ngiyothola lapha yana ma Apollo elana.
Now relative to Mzamo section and in particular Kutlanong Street, where was the Apollo situated?
In a local Apollo ho shebile Kutlanong Street hona ma Mzamo.
Ntloko hai ka Kutlanong Street mo ntlo ya ko ha ileng ko teng ha hona Apollo mo empa ka khanya yona iteng hona mo ke sa tsebeng ha ibe ke Apollo hobane e telele e reflectelang le di trateng tse ding a ke tsebe o ke di lights maybe tse tswang metseng e mo haufinyana a ke tsebe.
Now along Kutlanong Street, that is where my place of residence is, there isn't any Apollo light. However, there was some luminaire which one could not perhaps identify. I would think that it could have been an Apollo light that was illuminating that vicinity, even though it was not in the same street, or it could have been the lights perhaps that were mounted on the houses within the same street there. I am uncertain about that. Manje ngase Kutlanong Street kuthi kona lapho kuleso sala ngihlala khona ngasho ukuthi iApollo ayikho ngalapho kodwa ke bakhona ukukhanya nje kwangathi ke ukukhanya okukhanyisa khona leyo ndawo yase street leso saseKutlanong mhlambe kwakuyiyo leyo Apollo kanti ke okunye nganokwenzeka ukuthi kukhona amanye amalampi abese indlini mhlambe abenza ukuthi ke leyo ndawo ikhanya.
Now in her evidence is Zandile Khumalo testified about a spaza shop nearby. Do you know about that spaza shop?
Zandile wela bua ka bopakeng ba hae wela bua ka spaza shop se se leng haufinyana hona mono. Nkabe o a tseba ka sona spaza shop seno?
Di spaza shop se teng ka Kutlanong Street.
There is a tuck shop or a spaza shop in that Kutlanong Street. Yebo, i-tuck shop ikona khona lapho ngakuleso strato se Kutlanong.
Now, since this was a Sunday evening around 8 p.m., were there still people milling around on Kutlanong Street?
Jwalo ka ha re tseba gore ene le Sontaga e le bosibu ebe no hona le batho ba nentse ba tsamatsamaya hona mo strateng sa Kutlanong.
Hono se busy strateng aka phea hloko aka nkela hloko hore spaza nona le batho na kapa empa no sna batho ba fetang mo koloyeng la koloi ene ke dutse ho yona.
It wasn't busy in that street there weren't many people that were walking past or that were just frequenting this the spot where the vehicle was parked at. And I also didn't pay that much of the attention as far as the tuck shop is concerned, whether were there many people at the tuck shop or how about the tuck shop.
Ya ka hlokomela tuck shop hobane ke le ka koloyeng ke na le motswalle wa ka fela.
Okay. Yes, I didn't pay that much of the attention at the tuck shop because I was inside of the vehicle with my friend to get bengekho busy kangako. Futhi bengekho abantu abaningi abebehamba nje eduze nala imoto ibepake khona. Kanti ke i-tuck shop okanye i-spaza shop azange ngibeke amehlo wami kuso kangako ngoba phela ke bengasemotweni nomngani wami.
Now, your further testimony is that after a few seconds, you then heard the second loud bang, correct?
Bo paking ba how ntse o tswela pele ka bona ke gore camera metsotsona e mmalwa wa utlwa sethunya se gabola kgetlo la bobedi be ke nnete.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yebo emva kwemizuzwana embalwa bese ngizwa ke ukuchuma kwesibhamu futhi
roughly, after how many seconds did you hear the second bang, between the first bang and the second bang?
Laba camera metsotswana me kae o tloa ho kgetlo la pele ha sethunya se ne se kgabola.
A ke kgone ho bolela hantle hore ka mora nako e kakang empa ke ka mora metsotsonyana fela ka mora sa pele se ile sa salla se sa bobedi le sona se ile sa latela ka bo haufinyana se ke se utlwela haufinyana le mo ke dutseng teng.
Lo ha o kgone go tsone ka ba metsotsone kae?
Nka se kgone, but it was, if I can say 30 minutes ngata mhlomong boma 15 a ke se phoso
se gabotse kgetlo la pele ba feta metsotso e ka bang 15 ka po metsotswana e leng di second metsotso e ka bang 15 mohlomong
it nearly after metsotso
e ka bang 15
e ka bang boma 10 15 a ke sa utlwa hantle.
It wasn't necessarily after a few seconds. It was after some minutes. The first bang was heard, and then about 10 to 15 minutes passed. Then there was the second bang. So it wasn't necessarily, I am unsure though, it could have been between 10 to 15 minutes interval between the first and the second shot. Manje usho kanjalo ke bengekhona ke imizuzwane yandlula emva kokuthi kube nokuchuma kwesibhamu okokuqala kundlule imizuzu ngahlamsela mhlambe ngithi khona laphana imizuzu engaba ewu10 ukuya kumizuzu ewu15 saseke isibhamu sichuma okwesibili.
Now, your further testimony is that when this second bang went off, you then saw two other men running past the car, headed also in the direction of the park, correct?
Yaba he kamera ho ba hotle sethunya sena se kgabole kgetlo la bobedi o bona batho ba babedi ba feta ba matha banna ba babedi ba feta ba matha. It is indeed so. Yeah, but waiting so local.
And finally, after those two other men had passed, ran towards the park, you then had a third shot, correct?
Hase ba fitile ba matha ba ya ba shebile parking kwana ya utlwa sethunya se kgabola kgetlo la boraro.
Hoja.
It is so. Yebo masebandluleke sebeya bebheke khona lapha ngoyabeqonde eparking lamadoda amabini Ngase ngizwa ke isibhamu siphinde sichuma okwesithathu manje.
Now, after the third bang, did you see any persons running towards the park?
Kamora khetlo la boraro sethunya selile. Kamora khetlo la boraro sethunya selile. Ebe hona le motho mong hape o leng wa mmona a feta a matha.
Che.
No. Akekho ke omnye umuntu engengambona emva kokuthi ke isibhamu sichume okwesithathu. Akekho omnye ke engengambona endlula egijima.
Now, what was the time lapse, the difference in time that lapsed between the second and the third shots?
Bonkile nako e kae ho tloha kgetlong la bobedi sethunya se kgabola ho fihla kgetlong la boraro ha se kgabola ebile nako e kae mo
Ne di sa siane hole hakala. Ne nka tjho gore mohlomong ka mora metsotswana. Ka mora di seconds nka tjho.
Ka mora di seconds. The interval was even shorter. I can estimate that it was seconds after a few seconds. Manje ke leso sikhathi phakathi kokuchuma kwesibini nokuchuma kwesithathu kwaba isikhashana esincanyana lapho ke sesikhuluma ngemizuzwana embalwa.
Now, I want to put some propositions to you, and I'll seek your comment thereon, if you can comment at all.
Hona le ditlhaiso tse ke tlo di beyang ho wena mme ke tla hloka gore mohlomong ho be le ho itseng o leng hore wa ho bua mabapi le seo ha be o wa kgona ya utlwahala ke I understand.
My first proposition to you is that the three males that you had after the first and the second shots went off may not be connected to each other or may not even know each other.
The three men that she had?
Yes, the three males. The first one
that she had?
That she saw, sorry. The ones that you saw may not be connected to each other or may not know each other.
Bana ba bararo ba ileng wa bona. Ke rola feta wa pele wa ha feta ba babedi. Ke batho ba leng hore ha ba amani ka mokgwa wena o leng wa ba bona ka teng.
Ke sa tsebeng.
I am unsure about that. Manje anginaso-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi laba bantu abathathu njengoba owokuqala wandlula egijima kwase kulandela ababini bandlula begijima angeke ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe baqinile anginaso isiqiniseko salokho.
Secondly, the two men, like you testified that people were running around having had the shots, may also have been running for their safety.
Sababeli kuri batho bana ba babedi ba neng ba matha ne ka be ba matha tjena le bona ba matha hore ba fumane tshireletsego jalo ka ha o ile wa hlalosa le wena hore ho nna le batho ba neng ba matha ka ba phasalla ka re ba batla ho fumana tshireletsego.
As a quick please, my lord, I know we've allowed the first question, but these are matters for argument. I don't know if this witness can really assist in this regard.
I don't know where he's getting to. So this evidence is very clear. We saw three men. Initially, the first gentleman who was a bit slimmer, running fast towards the side of the park, and subsequently saw two men. One with dreadlocks, one with a hoodie. That's a clear evidence. If you want to relate it to time and suppositions and speculations, fine.
No, let's leave that for argument for the sake of brevity. Now, the three men that you saw running past the car, did you look at their faces?
The three men, counsel, the three men.
Yes, the three.
Jwale bana ba bararo ba ile ngwa bona ba feta ba matha pela koloi yone le ka hare ho yona o ile wa kgona ho bona difahleho tsa bona?
Che.
I couldn't see their faces. Azange ngibabone ebusweni futhi la madoda amathathu andlule egijima khona lapha kule moto engangikuyo.
And if I may ask you, did you see where the 3 men came running from?
Anka o botsa ebe wile wa bona hore banna ba tswile ba matha ba tswa kae? Tulo e kgethileng. Not at all. Not at all. Futhi cha azange ngibone ukuthi la madoda abe eqhamuka kuphi njengoba abegijima kanjalo.
And do you know why they were running?
Wa tseba hore baneng ba ne ba matha?
Che, ke tsebo ba ne ba le ba matha.
No, I don't know why they were running. Angazi ukuthi babe gijimelane.
And as the 3 men are running, the first one, let's start with him. Did you see where he ended up, the direction he took towards the park? Where did he go? Into the park or somewhere else?
Aba feta ba matha jwalo bana haholo ona wa pele. Re ila mona hore o ila fella a le kae jwalo ka hana matha shebile parking je hore o ila kena ka parking kapo o ila fihla haufi le parking kapo o ila fella ka
Ka mkhona matha ka teng ona ya go ha o fihla pele man ya splitter tsela eje then ke park e kaofela. Ke feleleditse a mathela hona mo tlase ke sa tsebeng hore teng ha ya ka o left. A ke tsebe hore o kene ka parking kapa o kene ka ho right.
Now just towards the park, the road then forks at the park there, and or the street just forks at the park. What I am certain of is that that person did not run to his left, but I would think that he may have run into the park or may have taken the right-hand side.
And
sorry. Lendo ngobe igijima kanjena. Kambe lapha yana ke ngalo mgaqo kanye ngakuleso strato. Khona ke ilokonjani ipark kanjani. Leso strato siyahlukana. Engwaziyo ke lo mlisa azange akathathe esesinene. Kunokwenzeka ukuthi mhlambe uye wathatha okanye wangena ngaphakathi kwaleyo park okanye wathatha sokudla.
And did you observe the clothing worn by the first man?
O ile wa kgona ho hlokomela diaparo tse neng di apere ke monna wa pele?
Che, ka di hlokomela.
I did not. Tika azange ngibone ukuthi lo mlisa wokuqala ube egqoke kanjani.
And the clothing worn by the second man that you observed?
Jwale diaparo tsa motho wa bobedi o ileng wa mo hlokomela o ile wa kgona ho di bona tsona?
Che, a ka di hlokomela ke hlokometse wa boraro.
No, I did not. I only was able to observe the third one's clothing or how he was clad. Manje nalo always been impahla zakhe kanye ingubo abeyigqokile azange kwazi ukuthi ngiqaphele kangako. Ilona owesithathu engikwazile ukuthi ngiqaphele ukuthi ubeyigqoke kanjani.
Now your testimony is that having observed what you saw on the 26th of October 2014, you were then called to Fosloras police station to come and make a statement, correct?
Kamera ho ba he o bone ka bo be paki ya se etsahetseng ka di 26 October 2014 ya ba wa bitswa he police station ya ko Fosloras. Udalo? It is so. Yebo kuyiqiniswa emva kokuthi ke ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani nge 26 ka October 2014 ngase ngibizelwa ke e police station yase Vosloorus.
There and then, on the 27th of October 2014, when you were interviewed by the police in respect of making the statement and what you put on that statement, did you give a physical description, facial description, and or clothing description of the three men that you saw the previous night?
Kari 27th October 2014, au bitetwa police station in here, or namani Vosloorus. O maponisa au bitachena elo hore o tshwantse jwale o fane ka tlhalosetso jwalo ka ho fana ka statement ya bona bana ba shebana jwang ba pere jwang jwalo jwalo.
ntho ke hopolang kore a ke fana ka statement ke fane ke ha o botswa dipotso o tlo araba ka mkgo o tlo araba ho ya ka mkgo o botswang dipotso ka teng.
Now one thing that I would wish to emphasize now is that whenever you are interviewed or questions are posed to you, you are going to be answering based on those questions, or the lineup of questions which they are having will then guide you as to how you should answer or provide information to them. Manje engwaziyo nje mina ukuthi uma ke ubuzwa imibuzo uyakwazi ukuthi uphendule okanye uphane ngalolu lwazi abalufunayo kuncike ekutheni babuza miphi imibuzo.
Now you testified that after hearing the third shot, you then heard Zandi screaming, and by then she was still in her yard, closer to the precast hall, screaming at you to say, Ntabiseng, call the ambulance, correct?
Utsho jwalo gore o le wa utlwa Zandi a o beletsa jwalo ka morago ba sethunya se gabolele kgetlo la boraro a eme hona mane stop nonsense sa lapeng habo are o thusetse mono. Can you just quote what did she say again?
Call the ambulance.
Are bitsa ambulance.
Hoja
That is indeed so. Tiyebo kunjalo. Emva ukuthi isibhamu sichume okwesithathu ngase ke ngizwa lona ke ememeza uZandi eme khona lapha yana ke stop nonsense sakubo athi Ntabiseng biza i-ambulance.
Now, Zandile Khumalo has testified in this court, and in particular relating to that aspect of your testimony, and I'm going to put her version that she put regarding that to you now.
Zandile o ile a fana ka bopaki ba hae go la dinyewe mona mme he ke tlo e beya go wena kapo ke tlo hlalosetsa kapo o tswela pele ka tlhatlhobo ena ya bopaki ba hao ke sebedisa bona bopaki bona bono ba Zandile ya utlwala. I understand.
Now, her testimony with regard to that aspect is the following: that she was unable to call or dial 10111 or the police.
Ore yena bopaki ba hae o ile a hloleha hore a founele 10111 ka mapolesa.
a ke tsebe yena o la etsahalang saiteng la hae empa ena ke hopolang kore o hweleditse sa le ka jareteng pele a tla tswa ka heke ya habo a mathela koloing ene ke dutse yona.
Now I wouldn't know what was happening with her. What I know is that she screamed at me while, or she loudly called me while she was still in the yard of her place of residence, before she could even come to the vehicle. Manje lokho ke engikwaziyo mina ukuthi ke kwaphela ke lokho akushoyo akusikhona enginesiqiniseko sakho ukuthi uye wangimemeza lapha yana kubo angokuba mhlambe ezofika khona la emotweni.
She testified further that when she then decided to go outside to look for help, and she decided to go to Mapiri's house.
Yaba nka qeto ya gore a tsole ka ntle a lo batlana le thuso mme khabareng a fitla ha Mapiri aya ha Mapiri.
Eki tsebantat Zandi a tswa hekeng ya hapo o mathi o hweleditsa le ka hare a re ke founele ambulance Senzo o thuntse ke ha tsho a tla matha jwalo o tla matha a tswa ka heke a mathela koloing.
Now what I am certain of is she called out loud and said that I should phone call the ambulance whilst running towards the vehicle. That is what I am sure. Tike mina ngikwaziyo nje ukuthi uzandi kume kubo engimemeza kanjalo egijima eza emotweni ethi mangifonele iambulance. Can I just proceed further?
Ki kene le yena 13439 ha Mapiri ke matha le yena re matha mmoho ke tshwese ke nkile ngwana ke matha le yena re kena ka jareteng re ditho.
Now I got into the premises of the Mapiris 13349 running together with her, and during that time I was carrying a baby, so the two of us ran into the Mapiri's house. Manje ke ngingene lapho ka Mapiri so babini sigijima singena kulelo bheke la ka Mapiri. Mina ke ngangivele ngikukingani la kumina.
She further testified that she saw the car parked outside, and she saw you in that car, that you were talking to someone else in that car.
Ariana he we bone koloi pa ke le mong le gore wena o no dutse ka hare koloi eno ibile o ntse bua le motho ka hare koloi.
Ka maswabing ka se khone buela Zandi.
Unfortunately, I cannot speak on behalf of Zandi.
Enna ke
hopolang angengikwazi ukuthi ngimkhulumele uZandi.
Enna ke hopolang o hweleditse a tla matha towards the car.
What I can recall is that she called out loud and she came running towards the vehicle.
Ra matha mmoho kena ka jareteng ya Mapiri hansi ya kantle.
Two of us ran together into Mapiri's yard. She did not leave me outside of the yard of the Mapiris. Uzileke sagijima sobabili sangena laphana kwa Mapiri. Ilokho engikwazi memezile weza egijima kimi sobabili sangena kuleyo jareti Mapiri.
And when I asked her, why didn't you ask for help there and then from the people at the car, she said the following.
Jwale ite ha ke mo botsa gore o baneng wile wa kopa thuso hona mono go batho ba neng ba le. Why didn't she ask, or why did she ask?
Why didn't she ask for help?
Thank you. Ho baneng o sa ka ba kopa thuso ho batho ba neng ba le ka koloi wile araba ka tsela e tjena.
She said that I am not used to Ntabiseng.
Ariana ha twa ela Ntabiseng. O tselo jwalo ha sa araba na ka twa ela Ntabiseng.
Ke bofakazi ba hae nka se khone mo buella.
That is her evidence. I cannot speak on her behalf. Manje bofakazi bakhe lokho angengikwazi ukuthi ngimkhulumele.
She further said, I decided to go and ask Mapiri because she's my mother's friend.
Re ha tsola pele ke ha ke nka qeto ya hore ke tsamaye jwale ke ho Mapiri hobane Mapiri ke motswalle wa mme wa hae.
So let's do the statement and say that.
All of that has been jotted down in her statement. Konke lokho kulotshwe phansi kwi-statement sakhe.
Ma'am, perhaps let's understand each other. I'm asking you to comment, so you've just made a statement. I'm not sure whether it's a question to me or is it part of your explanation. I'm simply putting the version of Zandile Khumalo with respect to this particular aspect that you've testified about, and I'm seeking comment. If you cannot comment, you simply say no comment.
All right.
Witness understands without interpretation.
No comment.
Now, she testified that she got into the house at Mapiri's. Mapiri came out of the bedroom or the room, and she related the story and asked Mapiri to call the police and the ambulance.
Ore o fitlhile he ha Mapiri a tswa ka phaposing e itseng ka kamoreng a mo jwetsa hore na ho etsahetseng ya ba o kopa Mapiri hore a founele ambulance ka mapolesa ke se bolelwang ke Zandile seno.
Se ke se hopolang re fihlile ra hoeletsa ka tlong le yena.
What I remember is that the both of us, we called out loud or we screamed when we got into the house. Engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi uma sobabili sifika endlini sifike samemeza.
Ha re hoeletsa Mapiri ko tswa ka kamoreng a re ke eng.
As we screamed like that, Mapiri then came out of the bedroom and she inquired, "What is it?" Masimemeza kanjalo ke waphuma lo Mapiri ngakulelo khumbi lokulala wasuyabuza ke ukuthi yini.
Then furthermore, Zandi said Mapiri started to panic, she started crying, and she said, "Let's rather call Ntabiseng to come and help with the calling of the police and the ambulance."
Ya ka bopaki ba hae a re Mapiri le yena o ile a tshoha ala tshoha jwale re ha re bitse Ntabiseng hore ebe yena ya tla thusang go founela mapolesa ka po ambulance.
A ke tsebe una ka mpitsa jwang ke na le yena ka nako.
I've got no knowledge of that. How could she have called me when I was with her or in her immediate vicinity? Angwazi lo ubengangibiza kanjani kodwa kungukuthi naye la ekhona.
And that indeed you were summoned. It was related to you what had happened at the Khumalo household, and you too also started to panic and cry.
Babitswa he walatwa jwale kana ko no how latwa o tliso mona le wena wa qala wa tshoha jwale walla.
Ha ne se a jotsa Mapiri ka hore Senzo Thunzo founela ambulance ne ke le mo ne se ke panica le yena hona mo.
At that time that she was telling Mapiri that ambulance or the police should be phone called, I was with her there in her very presence and she panicked. I was with her. Manje bengnaye ngaleso sikhathi ethi kubizwe ke uMapiri kube uyena ozokwazi ke ukuthi maka fonele amaphoyisa noma ambulance. Bengikhona khona lapho njengoba bethukile nje na.
And finally, on that point, she testified that upon realizing that you and Mapiri were crying and panicking, she wasn't going to get assistance. She then decided to leave Mapiri's house and headed back to her home.
Jwale ore itse ha hlokomela hore mona ha tlo fumana thuso. O tswile Mapiri le yena o tswile ka mona a bona hore thuso ha no e fumana mona. Ya ba nka qeto ya hore o kgutlela lapeng habo.
Ha qeta ho bua a ke hopola hantle o tswile ka nnete empa letswalo ne le teng empa ne ke sa hopole a ke hopole ke lla ka nako ka motsotso o hana ke na le zanje.
I remember that she did exited the house. I was still shocked. There was some degree of shock, but I do not remember crying or how hopefully ulla.
Ka nako eo a ke hopole ke ile ka lla.
Now during that time, I do not recall myself crying. Tike yebo kona bengithukile uvalo vele lalikhona kodwa ke angikhumbuli ngikhala ngenxa lelo valo.
Now, ma'am, I want to now take you to the two statements that you made. Remember, you told this court that you made the statement on the 27th of October 2014, a day after the shooting incident of the deceased, being Senzo Meyiwa.
Ke rata ho tsamaisa he ho feleto hanyane ho kenya statement insane se o se entseng letsatsi ka mora go ba go beleketsalo ena ya ho thunya ha Senzo ka di 27 tsa October 2014. It is fine with me.
Now, you are taken to Fosnoras for interview purposes and the making of the statement on the 27th of October 2014, correct?
Wankua jale wisua Fosnoras police stationing. Bakeng sa hore lo fana ka statement se le hore date ya sona ke di 27th of October 2024 ka ketsahalo. It is correct. Yebo wekene so ngiyathathwa ke manje ngiswa police station yase Foslo kanti yase Fosloras kanti ke babunge 27 zika October 2014 ukuthi lopana ngestatement salesi sigameko.
And this statement was taken down by a police officer with the name of Abia Mpikele. Do you know who that person was?
Lesi statement ke kapo statement sena sankiwa ke motumono ya bitswang Abia Mpikele. Wa motseba motho?
Ke hopla statement sinki empa ke tse motho ke mang ne ke tsala lo mmona.
I only recall that a statement was taken. I do not recall the person's name. It was the first time seeing that person. It was my first time seeing that person.
And that statement was taken at 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Is that correct?
Statement is saying usile sankua ka 9:30 to saying. Did you get it?
Enelo saying empa ke sa hopola nako hantle.
Yes, it was in the morning. I cannot recall the time as such. However, it was in the morning. Uthi yebo bakusexeni. Kodwa ke isikhathi ngisasikhumbula.
In what language was that statement made?
Jwale statement isena sinesetsuwa ka puo efeng.
I saw that it's written in English, but the person that was taking the statement and yourself, what language were you speaking?
Kamanzo mang ha fana ka statement isena ono bua eng wena le motho.
Ne ke bua Sesotho.
It was in Sesotho. I was finishing the statement in Sotho. Should ke mina ngangikhuluma Sotho ke. Mphana ngaso lesi statement.
And the person that was taking the statement down was also Sotho speaking.
Motho ona nka statement yena ona bua Sotho le yena.
Ke sa hopoleng hantle.
I cannot clearly recall. Angwazi ukhumbula kahle ukuthi ngabe naye ke bekhuluma Sotho noma cha.
And when the statement was taken, was it you and the person that was taking the statement only in that room where the statement was taken?
Kana ko no fana ka statement ne le wena le motho ono ka hare go phapusi eno e leng gore statement ne se bua ka hare yona. Ne lo ne le ba di fa. Yes, it was only the two of us in that room where the statement was being finished. Manje ke besuthu nje phela ngakulelo gumbi lapho ke ngangifana nge-statement sami khona.
And this statement, how was it made? Were you narrating the events of the previous night to that police officer and he was writing it down, or did you personally reduce this statement into writing?
Si ule fana ka statement seno jwang ebe o mo hlalosetsa ka diketsahalo tsa letsatsi le fitileng ka bosigo fitileng yena a ntse a ngola fatshe a ntse mo hlalosetsa jwalo kapa wena ka letso la hao o ile wa ingolla statement seno na
o na botsa dipotso ke a ga ba a ngola.
He was asking questions and I would answer those questions and then he would reduce that into writing. Manje ke ubebuza imibuzo bese mina ngiyamphendula ubese uyakuloba lo.
And once the statement was finalized, was it read back to you?
Kamera ho ba ho qetwe ka sona statement sena o ila balwa sona re o sortile statement sena statement se re jena o re jena statement o ila balwa sona
Ke sa re o labala.
Yes, I would think that he did. I would think that he did read it back to me. Ngisasho kanjalo ukuthi uye wangifundela sona lesi statement.
And you were happy with the contents of that statement, correct?
O no kgotsofaletse dikagare tsa sona statement seno a o jwalo.
Ke nana gore dipotso tse na di botsa ke di arabile ka mokgwa ka kgonang ho di araba, so ke ka ho ke di ka se amohela.
Well, I would think that I was able to answer the questions based on how he was asking them to the best of my knowledge. And it was for that reason that I then confirmed the content of the statement. Sorry. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke uyabuza imibuzo nje njalo ngiyaphendula leyo mibuzo ayibuzile ngaleyo ndlela ngasho ke ukuthi ngase ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngisithokozele okanye ngiqinisekise lokho ke okwaqukethwe yiso lesi statement ngenxa zokuthi ngikwazi ukuphendula lokho abengibuze khona.
And having the statement completed and having it read back to you, you then signed that statement, correct?
Statement is na jalo balwa sona me o netefatsa dikahare wa se signa statement is na kanet wile etsa jalo
Ke bona signature yaka.
Yes, I can see my signature here on the statement. Yebo I signature yami ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngiyibone lana lesi statement.
Now, if I may refer you to that document, do you have it in front of us, which is A15 that was made on the 27th of October 2014?
A15. Indeed so, we do have it. Yebo, ikhona lana the A15 statement.
Now, at paragraph, what paragraph is this, Minister? I think it's paragraph 4 on page 2 thereof. You then state that on arrival at Kelly's house, we found Senzo was deceased in Kelly's vehicle. He was taken to Butsilong Hospital for treatment as he was shot. On arrival at the hospital, Senzo was taken to casualty. After some few minutes, the doctor called me and informed me that Senzo passed away. What? On arrival.
Hari fihla mane ntlong ya Kelly re le ra fumana Senzo e leng hore ke mofu kapa hona jwale e seng e le mofu ka koloing ya Kelly ankua he a iswa hospitaleng sa Botselong bakeng sa hore a lo fumantshwa kalafo ka lebaka la hore o ne a se a thuntswe jwale itse ha re fihla sepetlele Senzo o ile a nkuwa a iswa karolong ya bookelo mo le ba re ke casualty ya ba e le hore kamera metsotso e mmalwa doctor ampitsa ya ba o ntlhalosetsa hore Senzo o se a re siile kapa o hlokahetse a re fihla wa bona yes, I can see that. Could I just be accorded an opportunity to interpret it to the accused persons there? Utige uma sifika khona laphana kaBukheli okanye endlini kaBukheli sathola lona uSenzo okuyena umufi ke manje ngase motweni kaKelly waseke uyathathwa ke uyiswa khona laphana esibhedlela saseButsilong esibhedlela saseButsilong ukuze ke akwazi ukuthi athole unyango olufanele ngoba ke ube sedujuliwe make sesifika khona laphana esibhedlela wathathwa ke wayiswa khona laphana casualty ingxenye ke yasesibhedlela ke leyo emva komizuzu nje embalwa udokotela wase uyangibiza wase ke uyangitshela ke ukuthi wangazisa ukuthi uSenzo usesifile uma sifika. Thank you, Lordship.
And at paragraph 5 thereof, you stated in your statement that the three unknown black men, I cannot identify them as it happened so fast and it was dark. I request the police investigation in this matter.
Jale, on paragraph 5, or bana ba bararo ba o ke saba tsebeng ba batho ba batho nke ka gona lo ba supa obane ketsagalo ena ile ya etsagala ka pele ibile go ne go le lefifi da kopa ma polisa he gore a sebetsane le yona nyewe ena go jalo
go jalo
it is indeed so yebo kunjalo ukuthi ngempela ukuthi ngempela lamadoda amathathu bengawazi amadoda nje abantu abamnyama ukuthi abantu ebengeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngingabakhomba ngoba phela ke lesigameko siye senzeka ngokusheshsha futhi ke kwakumnyama kase ke ngicela ke amaphoyisa ukuthi kube wona ke aphenyayo leli cala. Can I proceed further? Can I say something?
Okay.
Sure.
Ne ke sa khone hore ke ba bone batho ba ke sa re potso e ne le hore o ka ba supa ha o ka ba bona na nka se khone hore ke ba bone difahlehong tsa bona hore bane ba le jwang ke ntho ke hlalositseng le ka jeno hore difahlehong tsona ha ka di bona ke bone sebopeho sa mmele hore ebile batho ba jwang.
Now, I should think that the question was, at that time, the question was, would you then be able to identify these men? I then finished the statement in response to that particular question that I couldn't have identified them. Safe to say that I was able to see their body or their physique, which is what I had testified about even today in this court.
My Lord, with leave of the court, I'm going to ask that A15 be admitted as an exhibit. Yes.
The exhibit R, not.
Yes. Okay. Now, you further made another statement that you referred to, that it was made some years after the first one was made on the 27th of October 2017, correct?
We let you know where camera leave Motomalwa, we leave out an evaluator statement is saying, camera over with a sena sapi. That is correct. You have a wait in Saboko. Everything Genze is statement is Okala, Guanteliminia, and Jimbalwa, Capita, Nayoguenzaga, statement is says B.
And this statement was taken by an officer called Joyce Busisiwe Butelezi, and it was taken at Don Park on the 28th of April 2019, correct?
Statement is Sena, Sile Sangua Ke Joyce Busisiwe Butelezi. Sailing with Sile Sangua, Anamani police station ya Don Park.
And
I cannot recall the date. However, the statement was taken at Don Park police station. Yebo, statement ngasenza kona lapana at Don Park police station. Kodwa ke angisakhumbuli i-date.
And this statement as well, in which language was it taken from you?
The statement is na sona sile sankua ka puefing no bua puefing ka mantsamang ha ono fana ka sona statement is na le hore motho ana ka statement ya na bua puefing.
A kopola metla sena bua maleme a kaofela Sotho, Sezulu le hammo le Sekgowa. Ka English.
If I recall well, I would think that Mrs. Butelezi was multilingual in terms of these languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, English. If I recall well, Mrs. Butelezi was multilingual in those languages, Sesotho, isiZulu, and English. Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke, uma Butelezi, Sheikh, ube khuluma wonke lamalimi. Ube khuluma ke isiNgisi, ube khuluma isiZulu, azakhuluma neSotho.
And similarly, was the statement were you narrating the event of the 26th of October 2014 and Officer Butelezi was writing it down, or did you personally reduce the statement to writing?
Jwale ka yona tsele jwalo ka poka wana mokgwa wana ono ebe o nontso o ila fana ka diketsahalo tsa di 26 October 2014 o yena me lepolesa Butelezi kapo wena o ile wa ingolla sona statement seno ka bona o botsa dipotso wena o ntse o araba a ngole fatshe ila ba tswa
Ona botsa dipotso ke araba a ngole fatshe.
she would ask questions, I would answer those questions, and she would reduce that into writing. Ubebuza imibuzo, iphendule leyo mibuzo, bese yena ubhala phansi lokho engikushoyo.
Now, having completed that statement, were you satisfied with the contents thereof?
Jwale a se le qetile ka sona statement sena, o ile a kgotsofalla dikahare tsa sona statement sena.
Le sona hape ho ya ka dipotso tsena di botsitse ka teng le ho go hopotseng ke nana hore ke le ka kgotsofala.
The same applies to this particular statement. Based on the questions that she was asking and what I could remember, which I relate to her, I would think that I was content with what was contained within that statement. Manje na kokona lokho kunike ekutheni ubebuza mephi imibuzo nokuthi mina ngikhona ukukhumbula kangakanani mayelana ke nemininingwane yalesi sigameko ngase ngiyasithokozela bengineme ngempela ngalokho okwaqhubethwe ilesi statement.
And you then signed that statement, correct?
Yaba was a signer on a statement isena nete that is correct. Yaba kweqiniso ngeza signer.
And appearing at the bottom of each page, I see initials and signatures. Is that some of your signatures at the back, at the bottom of each page and at the back of the statement?
Yeah, bona hona le signature mona from the initials aka signature. Yeah, how
Now, if I may refer you to...
Yeah, how? I'm still showing the witness the signatures. Renamo. Lima. Signatures confirmed on all pages of the A11 statement.
Now, if I may refer you to paragraph 6 thereof, and I'm going to read, or in fact, let me read the whole paragraph 6. It says, and I quote, I also like to state that I never had anyone screaming within the seconds I heard another loud bang. That's when I asked Yolanda if that was a sound of a firearm. Yolanda said no. After that second loud bang, I saw two males running past our car the same way the first male did. The two males were also running towards the direction of the park. I also did not see from which house on the side the two males were coming from. Do you see that?
Why bona paragraph A, yabo 6. O mona ke rata ho cho hore ka bo hlalosa hore ha ke aka ka utlwa motho a hweletsa metsotsong e mmalwa go ba holle sethunya se gabole hape ke ka nako e no he mo ileng hore ke ile ka botsa Yolanda hore na ebe modumo ono ke wa sethunya yaba Yolanda ore che kamera mono yaba holla sethunya se khabala la bobedi ka be ke bona batho ba banna ba babedi ba mata ba feta koloi jalo ka wa pele a ile a etsa ka teng. Banna bana ba babedi le bana ba ne ba matha ba lebile ka mane ka phakeng. Ebile ha ke ya ka bona hore na ba ne ba tswa lehlakoreng le feng ka bontlong e feng. Banna bana ba babedi banna bana ba babedi hore na le ba tswa lehlakoreng le feng ka bona ba tswa ntlong e feng.
Okay.
Yes, I can see that. Yebo ngiyakubona lokho okubhalwe lapha phansi ku paragraph number 6 ukuthi ngithanda ukusho ukuthi azange ngizwe umuntu ememeza phakathi kwelemizuzwana nje embalwa ngazwa ke okanye emva ukuthi ngizwe ukuchuma kwesibhamu kwaba ukuthi ke ngibuza lona uYolanda ukuthi ngabe kuchuma kwesibhamu leso okanye lo umsindo ukuchuma kwesibhamu. uYolanda wathi cha, balokho ke ngezwa ke omunye umsindo futhi ngase ngibona amadoda amabili egijima endlula laphayana emotweni beya ke ngakuleyo ke direction okanye beqonde kuleyo ndawo la lowo qala aya khona okanye benza ngendlela lowo qala enza ngakhona. Lamadoda amabili ke babegijimela ngasephakeni. Angaze ngibone futhi azange ngikwazi ukubona ukuthi babeqhamuka komuphi umuzi okanye ngakuluphi uhlangothi.
My Lord, with leave of the court as well, may I ask this document be admitted as exhibit? So the first one, my Lord, Mr. Baloyi says we must mark it R1 and the A11 be marked R2.
Okay, R1 and R2. That's good. Yes.
Now, ma'am, let's go back to the house now. When you and Makumalo left the hospital and went back to the Kumalo household, do you remember that, your evidence?
I will try to remember that evidence.
Now, you testified that the police wanted information from the scene that was required on some documents at the hospital. So you and Mapiri were taken in police car to the Kumalo household. Is that how I recall your evidence?
Ikabeke yana tsela eno e ke go plampa ke ba ga o ka yona gore mapolisa la fa sa taba ya gore bona le tlhaiso leseding e itseng e batlagalang mane police station e batlagalang hona mane sepetlele e leng gore tshwantse fumane mane ntlo.
Yolanda. Is it not Yolanda?
Otherwise, my lord?
Let's ask is it Mapiri or Yolanda?
Ki Yolanda ka Mapiri o le latsa mane.
So sorry, I mean Makumalo, not your, so sorry, it was my mistake, my lord. It's Makumalo.
That was Makumalo, yes. That was Makumalo. Jwale bopaki ba ga botho jwalo re wena le Makumalo tlile mane sepetlele le mapolisa le ya mane lapeng ha Makumalo mo e leng gore gona le tlhaiso leseding e itseng e ne tshwantse gore ba ifumane hona mo no ha Makumalo e leng gore e tlo thusetsa mane sepetlele gore tsamaiso di tswele pele ka morago ba fumane tlhaiso leseding eo go jwalo. That was my evidence, yes. Yebo kwaba ufakazi bami lobo ukuthi mina noMakumalo sahamba ke namaphoyisa siya khona le ekhaya suke esibhedlela kanti kwakukhona nje ulwazi okanye mhlambe kwakhona imininingwane ethize ebifanele ukuthi siyithole khona laphayana endlini kwamakhumalo okuyiyona ke ebizosiza ke ukuthi kube nenqubekela phambili mayelana naleli cala ke khona laphayana esibhedlela. Manje leyo nqubekela phambili ngamanye amazwi yayincike ekutheni amaphoyisa ahambe aye laphana kwamakhumalo akwazi ke ukuxoxa okuthize okanye ukuxoxa ukufakaza okuthize ke okuzokwenza ukuthi baqhubekele phambili. Uthi yebo ngiyaqinisekisa ngibona ubufakazi bami engiphele ngabo lokho.
Now, Zandile Khumalo's testimony or version on that aspect is that when they left the hospital, in the car they were traveling in, it was herself, Makhumalo, Tumelo Madala, and Kelly Khumalo. Mtokozisi Twala refused to return back to the house with them because he wanted to stay with Mandisi.
Can you please list the names again? That
it was herself, Zandile Khumalo, Deadness Khumalo, Deadness Makhumalo, Kelly Khumalo, and Tumelo Madala. But Mtokozisi did not go back with them because he stated that he wanted to remain with Mandisi.
Well, bophaking ba Zandile or ka koloing ha ba fitlela ntlong ene le yena Zandile ka koloing ele Makhumalo ele Gladness Khumalo ele Kelly ele Tumelo Madala Mtokozisi yana arche ha ke no kgona tsa malona ke batla go sala le eno Mandisa
ke tluile sepetlele le Makhumalo eo ke shoka yona.
Now that I am sure of, that I had left the hospital together with Makhumalo and the police as well. Loko nginesiqiniseko sakho. Ngasuka mina esibhedlela no Makhumalo namaphoyisa.
The rest of the stuff you are not sure of. That's why you say only that one you are satisfied with.
Ebe tseding tsona hana bonnete ba tsona ka go o disang ore ena yona ke na le bonnete ba yona tseding ka mantsamang hana bonnete ba tsona.
Ntate ke lola ka e hlakile hobane ke a hopola ho tloa ka sepetlele ne ke tsamaya le Makhumalo le maponisa.
My mind is sober. I remember that when I left the hospital, I was in the company of Makhumalo together with the police. Watching Suzagile Njela Mkondo, uma ngisuka khona laphana esibhedlela ngangihamba naye uMakhumalo namaphoyisa. Ngiphaphe ngamanye amazwi.
Now, the other aspect is that whilst you were with Makhumalo at the house, there were police officers that were conducting investigations in the house, correct?
Ebe go tswale o nna no police gona mana Makhumalo aneng a etsa ditlhatlhobo gona mo no ka ntlong Makhumalo. That is correct. To table witness over khona maphoyisa khona lapho ka Makhumalo abenza ke uphenyo okanye bebeloku bebheka nje khona lapho ukuthi kwenzakalani.
My Lord, I see it's now 3:30. Is it perhaps an opportune moment that I'll proceed tomorrow? Yes, so Mr. Maloyi.
That's in order, my lord.
Will you be available tomorrow?
I think my lord.
You should be available.
What about the Incassani? I will be available, my lord.
Can I see your watch?
Regabana Wachao, Ukayama, how well Lintataman.
How long have you given evidence since you came here?
I beg my lord.
Ask me, how long did you give evidence since you started giving evidence in this court?
Wongile na kwekae ufana ka bupaki ha sa lokadile ka mo khotela nyono.
Aketse.
I don't know, my lord.
You can't even estimate it.
Okay, ke ba wa mhlomo wa robese tsore. E ka bana kwekae.
Okay, I can say it's fine. Time is a temporal thing, in other words. Are you with me?
We missed that one a lot.
Hello?
We missed that one.
I say time is a temporal thing, yes. In other words, I can have a watch and talk. And after talking for some time, if you ask me, how long have you been speaking for? I say, you know what?
Oh, I don't know. Thank you.
Please, you are saying.
That's why one of us, after how long?